that involves any kind of video surveillance. I am asked by investigators to retrieve whatever video evidence from DVRs or any devices that contain video.
Okay. And what are some of the things that you can do once you retrieve the video?
Well, I then would bring it back to the office and process the video. I would, whatever the detectives ask of me as far as what they're looking for, I would put together presentations for them to do with court. I would clarify any videos that are difficult to see or difficult to play back.
Okay. And how many times during your career, Mr. Lothar, have you done that?
Oh, over 1,000 times. Probably.
Okay. With reference to this,
of course they did.
Number 18 that has been introduced into evidence, Mr. Lothar, would you recall that, please, sir?
Yeah, solid state hard drive.
Okay. And have you seen that before?
Good morning, everyone.
When's the first time? How did you get it?
I received it from the FBI, from a fellow by the name of Gaston.
Okay. And once you received it, what did you do with it?
I had derived some videos from the video files that are on here.
Okay. And when those video files are on there, explain exactly what is on there.
Well, there are files that were derived from a server, apparently. And there's player software with that. So you're able to view the files.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit Mark B for identification.
For the few of you that are in here, good morning. Good morning, Matt Bond. Good morning, Michelle Macklin.
Yeah,
It's B for identification.
yeah, this is a flash drive that I had put some video clips on.
Okay.
Of course they're going to say that.
When you took
Seems like a
a
ridiculous defense, doesn't it?
What did you do with it to put it on that flash drive? What is the difference between what's on the State's Exhibit 18 and your flash drive?
Well, I copied video files from the hard drive.
Oh, you're from down under.
I was able to produce videos that were, actually I put it in a format to be able to view the videos easily and clearly.
Okay. In doing so, were you able to link cameras, for instance?
What's up, Limey? Hey, Smoking Unicorn. Hey, Ray Ray.
Right?
Right.
Were you able to link a person from going camera to camera?
Yes. So what I did was I was able to put together a sequence that to follow the subject from camera to camera in a linear time frame continuously.
Okay. And could you do that for people other than the suspect, or the subject, people that were in the 1200 building?
Don't be so pessimistic, Matt Bond.
What we call clips. Were you able to do that?
Yes, I was able to create clips of other individuals.
Okay. And how many individual clips did you make from that 6-hour State's Exhibit 18?
I believe in total there were 22.
Okay. Of different people.
Of different people.
Okay. And were you able to highlight the different people?
Yes, there were some subjects that I had to highlight.
Okay. So and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if there's a group of people in a group, were you able to isolate them?
Yes. So I had whatever the subject was that I was trying to focus in on, I would put a circle around them, a graphic circle, and follow them. That way you'd be able to follow them because there's so much activity going on in those frames that it isolates that one person to focus your attention to.
Okay, and you were able to distinguish different people in the groups
Correct.
to follow.
Through that. Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I like.
That's interesting.
Exhibit B.
So this guy's able to distinguish the different voices caught in the video evidence. This is going to be tough, guys. Sorry about this. It's going to be tough to listen to once they play it.
States V, like Victor for identification, will be received as states 19.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to play one of the clips.
Okay.
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, anybody that's called, I think it's called mastering, Matt Bond.
So,
But
do we need anything other than that partition?
for those of us who don't work with music,
This is video, so.
Right.
it's interesting for them to know.
What do you call them? My memory is going, the monitors, they're off, right?
Tatted Jedi, what's up?
All right.
I'm always stealing your chicken nugs, homie.
For evidentiary purposes, I'm just gonna play the one of the suspect in this case.
Okay.
Okay. You have that, Mary?
Oh man, this coffee is good. Tatted Jedi. So Tatted Jedi, what we're watching is the let me go ahead and just explain this real quick while there's nothing going on in the courtroom. So what we're watching is we're watching the trial of whether or not the Parkland shooter should get the death penalty or not. In Florida, a judge does not decide this. The law in Florida is that a jury decides whether or not someone gets the death penalty. So this is a question. He's already been found guilty. He pleaded guilty. So it's a question of whether or not he gets the death penalty or he gets life in prison without the possibility of parole. So that's what we're watching currently, is the trial of whether or not he gets the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. Yeah, Limey, there's definitely a split opinion here. And these are the families of the victims. So to bring you up to date, 17 dead. This happened in on Valentine's Day of 2018. And 17 were killed and 17 were injured, including students and faculty. So, and these families here, they're here to see justice served. How do you know that, Matt Bond? I mean, that's all it takes too, by the way, guys. In a situation like this, just to bring you guys up to speed, in a situation like this, it has to be unanimous. It has to be a unanimous decision. If one juror decides, I don't want to give this guy the death penalty, then he doesn't get the death penalty. All 12 jurors have to decide this guy's going to fry. Why is the juror doing interviews? That's weird. Why is the juror doing interviews? They shouldn't be doing interviews. That's already, I mean, I could see the defense moving for a mistrial just based on that. Unless I just don't know what the hell I'm talking about, which is likely. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, so. Oh yeah, she's a body language expert. Did she study the body language of him during the interrogation? Because I'd love to know that. Because I don't think it takes a body language expert to know that this guy is completely and totally full of shit. We don't need her name, Matt Bond. We don't need that. But thank you. Appreciate it. I am not even awake right now. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thanks, Ted Jedi. Appreciate it. Not on the couch anymore. No, I actually moved and we got rid of that couch. We have another couch now, but now I have we moved into a house where I claimed the basement as my work studio. So now I'm slowly building this area for myself for this purpose alone. But thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, they want that closure, Limey the squirrel. They want that closure, and I don't blame them at all. I'm not prepared for this. Like I should have went to the store before this. This is going to go on for hours and hours. I may just leave this running and actually run to the store at some point. Now, Panda's right here. You just can't see her. That's the thing. The bad side of not having the couch anymore is Panda has to sit on the floor here and you can't see her, but she's here. Panda's next to me as always. Right, Panda lady? Panda's like, whatever. I'm licking my ass. Leave me alone. Yes, members. For those of you who are members of the channel, Cherry will give you her link to add her in Discord. There is a Discord for Patreon members, and then now there's a Discord for channel members. And for channel members, Cherry just set that up, and so make sure to add her. So what are they doing right now? Like, are they listening to? I don't see them wearing headphones, so I don't know what's going on. Hey, Platform Boots. Well, I look forward to seeing it, Ted, a Jedi. You gotta pick up the wee ones. Limey the squirrel. I mean, it's almost midnight in Australia, so I'm gonna pour a little Irish in my coffee. Just a little bit. Pour a little Irish in my coffee. That's fucking delicious, just so you know. Yes, if you're in here, hit the thumbs up. Absolutely. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already. Dude, I love hearing you limeys whine about the heat. Like, that's so funny to me. Like, I wish we had, well, I like sunny weather. I just, I don't like the heat. But limeys are like, oh my God, it's so hot. It's so hot. How do we deal with this heat? It's so hot. Oh my God. It's like, no, man. It's not that hot over there. It's hot here all the time. It sucks. In Florida, those people are loving the AC. You see, the reason why these people don't look as miserable as they should, even though their family members have been murdered in cold blood, they're sitting in AC. That's what's going on. They're sitting in AC because it's Florida and it sucks. That's the only reason they're not like, kill me now. Those are the looks of people who lost but are sitting in AC. I have no idea what's going on in the courtroom right now, guys. 102, and I'm loving it. That's because you're insane, Cherry. That's the only explanation for that, because you're fucking insane. Yeah, Limey, we don't talk in terms of Celsius here. I don't know what that means in Fahrenheit, but we talk in terms of Fahrenheit here. So when you say 48 degrees, we're like, that's cold. I have no idea what's going on in the courtroom right now.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
You didn't ask any questions.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
You couldn't have excused him 5 minutes ago? Really?
Can I ask one more question about what you said? Was there any sound? No sound.
Mr. Wheeler, anything based on that last one?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
State when you're ready, call your next
Oh,
witness.
I'm sorry. Dan Booth?
Shut up, Cherry. Cherry thinks she's so smart. Hi, Karen. Nice suit.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and please be seated. When you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Daniel James Booth, Booth.
Thank you, state your name, inquiry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Booth, what do you do for a living?
I'm a software engineer at Avigilon.
Okay, and what is a Vigilon?
Avigilon's a company that makes security cameras and video recording systems.
And where are they located?
Vancouver,
Vancouver,
Canada.
okay. And how long have you been employed there?
About 6.5 years.
Okay, and what is your training?
So I've worked in the software industry for a number of years. I did some
Canadian
of it,
evidence?
Degree.
I moved for a mistrial.
Okay, and where have you worked prior to Vigilon?
Avigilon's the only like official employment I had. I worked as a consultant before that.
Okay. What exactly are your duties?
So I write software for our video recording systems, and I provide guidance to more junior members of our team about design of the software and systems.
Okay, and your experience with software systems, what do you do with it?
Pardon me?
Yeah, like
What are your duties? Other
this
than-
prosecutor
you describe your title,
sucks.
What do you actually do?
So I write code, and I design the software architecture. So I'm sometimes called a software architect.
Okay, and does Avigilon, where do they provide their products?
They provide their products worldwide.
Pardon?
They provide them worldwide.
Worldwide, okay. You familiar with Avigilon doing the software system back in February of 2018 at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I am, yes.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit marked U for identification that has been done by Gaston Nevis of the FBI. Seen that?
Yeah, yes, I have. This was sent to me last year in
Okay.
Vancouver.
And what did you do with that?
So there's a copy of the video data for the date in question for
Limey,
school
I'm
surveillance
with
system.
you, man. Like
And you looked at
the
it?
judge is
I looked at
hot.
And what were you doing when you were
The judge is
looking at
kind of
it?
hot. It's not often you
was-
see a hot
I was
judge.
validating that everything is as it should be, that the system was functioning as designed.
Okay, and what was your determination?
Everything was operating as usual.
Okay, and did you compare the extracted data to the raw data?
Yeah, so there was a copy of the raw data from the server and a copy of the extracted data that would be used to produce clips and so on. And I compared the two, and they were the same.
Okay, and you watched the video?
I did, yeah.
The substance is coming down from the ceilings. Did you observe that?
Yes, I did.
What effect, if any, does that have on the system that existed at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
Yo, that
High
dude's
School
head is
from
shiny,
February
bro.
14, 2008?
Well, the way the system was configured, it would record when motion is detected from a camera. When that dust came down, it obscured the motion of a person who's sort of deep far in the scene, and no motion is no longer detected. And so there are gaps in recording because no motion is detected.
Okay. And what happens after that? Does the camera refocus and come on again when the camera detects motion?
Yeah, when motion is detected, it begins recording again.
Okay, so that would explain the skips.
That would explain the skips.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Booth. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Booth.
Any questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Like if this trial was a shine contest, the prosecutor won. That kid's getting the death penalty for sure. It's fucked up. Like you could see every individual fluorescent light reflecting off that dude's head. You can see it right now, and he's far away.
Just we would rely on our previous objections. Thank you.
Okay, over the defense objection states U for identification will be received as states 20. State, call your next witness.
Christopher McKenna.
Like, for real. Professor Xavier's looking at that dude and going, "Ooh, hell yeah." The fuck you giggling about? Who's this guy? I mean, so, okay, just to understand a little bit of what's going on, as I left off yesterday, they are basically establishing, they have, like, it's the prosecution's job to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Christopher
And in
McKenna,
order to do that, they have to be
McKenna.
extremely thorough. In order to do that, they have to be extremely thorough.
Mr. McKenna,
And so what they're doing right now is establishing the authenticity of the evidence, the authenticity of the video camera footage that has been taken from the school, that has been taken from people's cell phones, all of that. So all of these experts have to testify.
the February the 14th, 2018. Remember that date?
Yes, sir.
And what year were you in on that date?
I was a freshman.
Okay. On that date, on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, fourth period, you remember where you were?
Yes, I was in room 1216 in English class with Miss Haas.
Miss Haas?
Miss Haas.
Okay. Okay. And what happened during fourth period?
During fourth period, it was a normal day at the beginning. Around 2:21, I asked to go to the bathroom. Raised my hand, got the bathroom pass and everything. And I walked out of the classroom, made a left past room 1217, I believe it was, or 1218, both of them. And I saw Martin and Luke, and I high-fived Martin. And I walked by him like it was normal, walked into the staircase, and I walked into a man. He was wearing a maroon shirt with a JROTC shirt with a backpack and a hat on, black pants. He had a rifle in his hands. I was stunned. That's 1 second. And he said to me, "Get out of here. Things are about to get bad." And
So he said that to two
double
people.
doors. I sprinted as fast as I can. I was in the room, in the staircase for about 7 seconds. And I ran out and I ran to the north side gates. It was called their senior lot. And I ran into Coach Feiss. Coach Feiss was unlocking the senior gates as he normally does with around 20 minutes left to school. And he told me to be calm and get into his golf cart. So I got into his golf cart. He dropped me off in the 1300 building, which was the building adjacent to the freshman building. And he took me in the back there. And then that's when I heard the fire alarm go off when I was standing right in front. And I was hearing shots. And
You were still hearing
And
shots?
just so you know, the smoke from the rifle actually set off
I
the
was in
fire
the golf
alarms.
cart driving over to the 1300 building.
Okay. And Coach Aaron Feiss was
Yes.
driving the golf cart?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he told me he's going to go check it out. So I waited there, and then started hearing shots, and all the students in the 1300 building started running out. So
Yeah, I
started
got it,
running with
Cherry.
them.
Thank you.
And I just ran all the way through Westglades, which is the school adjacent to our school, and through Westglades into Walmart, which is also next to Westglades.
Okay. And then what happened? And
then from there, I ran all the way over to one of my friend's house, and he lived across the street. I was calling my dad. He works for law enforcement at the time. And
okay, everything.
that was about everything.
Okay.
This
All right, I
poor
want to show
guy.
you State's exhibit.
This poor kid.
A that's been.
So a freshman, he's 14 or 15 years old, and
And
his dad's a cop, so he calls his dad because yeah. I mean, if you think about it, if you know somebody in law enforcement, you're more likely to get a better response time to call them directly rather than calling 911.
So there's an illustrator. You know what I mean by that? Ian, can you put that up on the screen for him? do you see what,
It's not up yet.
sorry?
It's not up yet. Okay, now it's up.
Okay. So would you indicate where you ran out? And you said you ran out.
I ran out right around here
Okay,
at that door.
okay. And where did you run to?
I ran along here, over to here, and then Coach Weiss was unlocking the gate that's right around here.
Okay. And then where did he take you?
He took me into his golf cart, which was in here, over into, there's a doorway over here, behind that little alcove.
Okay. And when you said you bumped fist, it was with Martin? And
No, he high-fived.
Yes.
Luke Hoyer? Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we'd like to play the snip that involves.
Okay, brace yourself, guys. Trigger warning, okay?
Something that should only
No,
be
should not be shown.
should only be viewed by the jury.
Yes,
Okay.
and defense.
Okay, so I don't think that they're going to play it aloud. I think that they're just going to play the footage just for the jury and for the defense. And for the witness, obviously.
Is that you in the yellow circle?
Yes, sir.
Nothing really, Matt Bond. They were establishing the surveillance, the credibility of the surveillance footage, basically. Those witnesses are done, it seems like, and now this is the kid that he supposedly walked by when he went in and
Is that you and Coach Weiss?
said that things are about to get messy, quote unquote. So this is the freshman. And Matt Bond, if you want to join me on panel, you're more than welcome to. I know that you're very well versed in this case. You've studied this and you've followed this case. So if you want to join me on panel, you're more than welcome
Is that
to.
accurate and true that happened on February the 14th,
Yes, sir.
2018? Mr. McKenna, if you saw the person that was in the stairwell with you, would you be able to identify him?
Yes, sir.
You see him in the courtroom today?
I mean,
Yeah.
Karen, there's no way to know. You know, I mean, maybe he liked the kid. You know, I mean,
Next to Mr. Wheeler? Yes.
maybe he just saw an opportunity to brag.
Mr. McKenna has identified.
That's what I'm betting on. Is he just
Thank you, Mr.
saw an
McKenna.
opportunity to brag? He was proud of himself, what he planned, and what he was about to pull off.
Thank you, sir. Your excuse.
Thank you.
State whenever you're ready, you may call your next witness.
William Olson.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short recess so that you all can, we're going to take a very short recess for 5 minutes. Whenever you all are ready, please let the bailiff know so that we can bring you back in here. But for now, please do not discuss the case. Remember the rules. You can't start deliberating. You can't discuss anything that goes on in here. And we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you so much.
All right, so I shared the link to the StreamYard. That's only for Matt Bond.
We're gonna just take our morning break early. One of the jurors needed to use the restroom, so we may as well take our morning break now for 15 minutes. So we're in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. This is sense.
So the link is in chat for you, Matt Bond. Just click on that and follow the instructions, and you'll be on panel with me as a guest. And I think the chat would love to hear your insight on this. There he is.
How you doing, man?
Doing well.
G'day from Upside Down Land.
Maybe we're the ones that are upset.
Oh, good to see this is finally getting to court.
Yeah.
It's taken them long enough.
How long have you been following this?
Since it happened.
Okay.
Back when I was in youth group, I grew up going to many different churches. I'm what I like to call now I'd call myself anti-religious, but I was anti-denominational at the time. I looked at it kind of like, you won't go to one restaurant every night of the week. You go to different restaurants so that you get different flavors and that. So I'd go to different churches, and one night at a youth group, Daryl Scott, who was Rachel Scott's dad from Columbine, the girl who one of the guys supposedly went up to and said, "Do you believe in God?" She said, "You know I do." He pulled the gun out, pointed it at her, and said, "Do you still believe in God?" And she says, "Of course I do." So he shot her. So I got to know him really well from that. And from then on, I've pretty much followed all of the school shootings over there. So when this one happened, it was pretty much the closest to Columbine. And the thing that was the most shocking out of it, or the rarest out of it, is that the shooter actually survived. So this is really the first time that we get to pick his brain and try and find out what the hell was going on in his head. So that's why I've mostly been interested in it, to try and finally work out what's really going on, because you hear over here, it's very common for us to say, we brought in gun laws when it happened. We didn't think it would work, but it did. Why don't you guys do the same? And then you hear the guns don't kill people, people kill people. It's a mental health thing. But then we've got mental health issues over here. We've got violent fighter games and that, and we don't have the problem. So what's the deal? So to finally be able to hopefully hear from a shooter why they did it was what was really fascinating. But for it to take this long for them to finally get it to court is full on.
So what do you think? What's your personal opinion? Do you think that he should get the death penalty, or do you?
I'm in two minds of it. Should he get the death penalty? I think I would like to see him have to live out the rest of his days dealing with what's going to play through his head. Like yesterday when they were playing the videos and that, you could see it was really tormenting him. And everyone's like, well, he was messed up enough to do it, but he's now medicated and strongly medicated. So he's probably got a clearer head now, and he has to relive it every day after being medicated. So, but on the other hand, yeah.
No, go ahead.
I personally think it should go down to the victims' families. What they want is what matters at the end of the day.
Same here. That's what it boils down to for me, as far as my personal opinion goes. It's a question of justice. And the only people that get to dictate what justice is, at least the only people that even come close to to having the right to dictate what justice is, in my personal opinion, would be the families who lost. Absolutely.
That's exactly it. Yeah. And from what I've seen, most of them are saying that they want him to get life in prison, no chance of parole, and suffer with it.
Yeah, see, because I'm taking the politics completely out of it. You know what I mean? Like, we all have our opinions as far as what should happen and what should happen, or what shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
But when we do this, at the end of the day, we're talking about politics, aren't we? You know what I mean? Like, should there be a death penalty or should there not be a death penalty? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think that, you know, even if you and I disagree on the politics, we agree that the only people that get to dictate what justice is would be the people who actually lost, the people who justice is owed to. And those would be the
Absolutely.
families.
Yeah.
So,
I
I
don't know
mean,
that area.
I'm of the opinion, so be it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I started this feeling like, well, you know, society and the system owes us this or owes him that. But you know what? At the end of the day, it really, to me, it's whatever the families want, you know, and
The system owes the families. Yeah.
yeah,
And those that survived it. Yes, the families that lost loved ones are going to spend the rest of their days without their loved ones, but the people that were there in the classrooms are going to spend the rest of their days hearing a car backfire or
right,
fireworks going off and relive that moment.
always,
And
right,
the fact that they still haven't fixed up the building, there's still bullet holes in the walls. There's still blood on the floor.
right.
They've had to leave it as it is so that the jury can walk through. And that knowing every time they pass that building that it is as it was that day
And every
has to be
new
tormenting
student,
them.
think about that. Like, every new student that has gone through, I mean, it's been what, 4 years? So
I think they would have
every,
the building closed off, obviously, because it's evidence.
well, yeah, I
But
mean, I
they
guess
still
it
have
is
to walk
evidence,
past
but
it knowing it happened there, yeah.
right. You know, so I mean, and any kid that is a new student in that school and has to see a bullet hole, has to live in that fear, you know. I mean, and to a
Yeah,
certain degree, every student in the United States has to worry about, is somebody going to come in here shooting? You know,
exactly, yeah.
they have to have drills. It's crazy. When I was a kid, we had tornado drills, you know, in St. Louis, Missouri. We had to get under the desk and we had tornado drills. You know, I never in my life would have thought that there would have been a drill for somebody who decided to just get a wild hair up their ass and buy an automatic weapon and go into a classroom in a school that they didn't even attend and shoot everybody. You know, that's the fact that you have to actually worry about that as a child now is very disturbing.
Well, I think that's what fascinates us over here as well. See, the most we have is fire drills. Um, we don't have fences on our schools, let alone metal detectors as you walk through the doors. Um, as long as you're not a complete stranger, you don't even have to sign into the school to walk into a classroom.
Right.
So I can go visit my daughter at school anytime I want without having to even check in. Um, and that, so to think that students there go through shooter drills, have metal detectors, they're now looking at, you know, after the last shooting in Texas and how it was the door that he came in through locked? Well, no. And even if it was, all he had to do was smash the window and push the bar down and open it. How do you fix that? You have to either put bulletproof glass in or solid metal doors and turn the schools into prisons.
Yeah. I mean, even it's funny when I was a high school student. while I was in high school, that high school was going through a transitional period to try to get kids from skipping school, right? It was a
Yeah.
whole big stay in school campaign type thing going on, right? And so they put fences up and gates and whatnot, but we were allowed to leave school grounds for lunch, so there was a pizza place that was just a block down, and then everybody would go to that pizza place for lunch, and then there was a pizza place that was just a few hundred feet further, and it was a question of which pizza place do you like better? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas during that time, it was like, okay, well, now you're not allowed to leave school grounds. And then what they started to do was they started to bring in pizza and Taco Bell and things of that nature to the school cafeteria. So the school would
cool.
contract the school would contract like Taco Bell, McDonald's, blah blah blah, so you can actually buy McDonald's and Taco Bell and Papa John's pizza and whatnot for lunch, so that you had no reason to leave the school grounds. But
Damn,
the
over here
only
they're banning all that stuff. You're only allowed to
well
buy
later
fruit
later
and
later
healthy
that
food.
happened. Later on, that happened because I guess it was Michelle Obama, I guess, that was like, oh, well, kids are eating garbage in school, so now we're just going to have healthy food in school.
Yes. It
But
was around that time where they adopted that here as well.
but there were steps to a process to lock the school down, basically. But the purpose of it was to keep people in, not keep people out. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so now, I mean, now I don't know what steps they're taking. Maybe, I mean, it's crazy because there was never, when I was going to high school, there was never a fear of a school shooter. That was never a thing. I knew people because, I knew drug dealers that went to school and they carried guns, and nobody was like, oh my God, I wonder if this guy's ever going to lose his shit and shoot everybody in school. That was never a thing. It was just like, okay, well, that guy's carrying a gun because he's afraid somebody's going to rob him, for his drugs. That was the fear at the time, which is crazy when you compare, it's just plain insane. And now, I mean, and you live in Australia, and you say guns are banned in Australia, correct?
They're not banned. We can, well, I can't get them because I've had anxiety issues and that before. So for
Okay.
me to get a license to have a gun is near impossible because of my previous mental health issues. But
Right.
you can get guns in Australia. My next door neighbor has a gun.
Okay.
And that it's very regulated. It's pretty much as regulated as getting a driver's license.
Right.
So you have to, do the lessons, how to store them, maintain them, and all that kind of thing. You have to store them properly. You can have random checks to make sure that they're stored properly. And that, but no, you can. There's nothing stopping us from having guns. We can't have any ARs or anything.
Right.
But I don't see why you need them. I mean, you see hunters, people that go hunting saying, "Oh, I need it for hunting," and it's like, what are you turning your dinner into Swiss cheese? And
Well,
that, I
there's
mean, I
no,
get it for
and
people that are doing as a job and that are going out and clearing properties of wild hogs and all that kind of thing. But for your average everyday hunter that's just going out to shoot a deer or whatever, they don't really need anything that powerful. So, why
sure.
can an 18-year-old go buy it?
Right. I'm very, very Second Amendment here. And
Oh,
this is no
absolutely,
offense,
yeah.
and this is no offense to you, personally, but I feel like a lot of the laws are spawned from the origin of a country, right? And
Yeah.
Australia being, and correct me if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm being ignorant or whatever. But Australia, the origin of Australia being, it was an island where Europe would put criminals. It was
Exactly.
basically
Yeah.
originated as a prison, basically.
Yes.
I mean, so, you know, wouldn't it be fair to say that the laws in Australia are spawned and branched out from that origin, more or less?
Well, no, it wasn't until I'm trying to think what year it was. John Howard was prime minister. I remember that. It
Okay.
wasn't until the Port Arthur massacre that we actually, probably the wrong terminology to use, but bit the bullet. And he turned around and went, "I don't care. I'm putting in the gun laws whether you like it or not." Because we were the same as you guys. We were like, "You're not taking our guns. Get lost."
Right.
And he was like, "No, we're not having another massacre like Port Arthur. The laws are coming in." And when they did come in, at first we were the same. We were like, "But you know, you're going to take them from all the law-abiding people, and the criminals are still going to have them." But it didn't end up that way. They managed to get them off the hands of the criminals and that as well. And now it is just pretty much the law. I mean, once every blue moon, you'll hear of a shooting, but nowhere near close to what, you know,
But
we
you
probably
wouldn't
have in it
you
several
wouldn't
years what you guys get in a month.
Fair enough, true, but you wouldn't consider Australia to be an independent nation, would you? Run by the people, as opposed to
Absolutely.
the government.
Oh, more so than you guys.
You think so? Okay.
Absolutely.
Explain.
The last four prime ministers we've kicked out of office because of the fact that we weren't happy with how they were running things.
Okay, I mean, sure.
So,
You're
for
not
example,
happy with.
we watched Trump and that, and you might like
Sorry about
Trump,
that.
you might not. But you know, if Trump was
On
here,
behalf of the United States of America, I apologize for that.
if Trump was here in Australia, we would have kicked him out. We did
Sure.
that the last four prime ministers, and that halfway through their term, we kicked them out because they were doing stupid crap. For example, our last prime minister, I don't know whether you know much of Hillsong Church.
I do not.
Okay, it's the biggest church in the world. It started in a lounge room here in Australia, in Sydney. And they're now become the biggest church in the world. The head of the church, Brian Houston, has just been charged for covering up the fact that his father was a Pluto.
His father
and
was a
that
what?
pedophile.
Oh, okay.
I know
Yeah.
YouTube don't like those words. So,
honestly, I don't
yeah.
give a shit. I drop
Okay, cool.
F-bombs like crazy, and
Yeah,
either I get monetized or I don't. It's whatever.
Yeah, so he covered that up, and so pretty much Hillsong worldwide is collapsing now. The Prime Minister of Australia was high up in Hillsong Church, and pretty much the reason why Australia got hit with COVID so bad was because he refused to shut everything down until the Hillsong conference had finished. And then he opened up early so that they could do their next Hillsong conference. So he was pretty much running the country to benefit the church. And we were like, "Fuck that,"
Yikes.
and kicked him out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
no good.
we are very much if the prime minister is running the country to benefit themselves or benefit their party or whatever, we'll gladly kick them to the curb.
So, well, shit, I'm moving to Australia, man.
Because we'll gladly have you. The wildlife isn't as bad as they make it out to be.
Well, yeah, I mean, people have seen Crocodile Dundee too many times. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
I've
mean,
never seen a snake in the wild in my life, and I'm 40.
I haven't seen. I've seen garter snakes. You know, I've seen non-poisonous snakes, but you know, knock on wood, I've never seen I've never seen like a rattlesnake or. Well, no, that's not true. When I was a kid and I lived in West Virginia, I've seen copperhead snakes, and there was actually a kid who caught one. And I was like, "Why did you do that?" And I was 8. I was like, "Why would you do that? What are you doing? That's crazy."
Well, I'm in
um,
Cairns, Queensland, on the Great Barrier Reef, where Steve Irwin died when he got stung by the stingray. And
rest
I've
in
never
peace,
even
Steve
seen a
Irwin, man. Yeah,
total legend.
rest.
He was he
Yeah,
was as incredible as he appeared on film. Um, and yeah, I've never even seen a wild crocodile.
that's
So
funny
yeah, our
because
wildlife's
I've
nowhere near
seen,
as bad.
and you know, in Florida where this is taking place, it's common to see an alligator. Like everybody in Florida, like I would say 90% of it would be realistic to assume that 90% of the citizens in Florida have seen an alligator at least once in person, you know, because there's canals everywhere. There's, you know, uh, I don't mess with alligators, man. But like
I wouldn't either.
dude, just while we're waiting, uh, let me look something up. Keep talking to the chat about
So I don't know
Australia.
whether anyone in the chat actually knows though. This part of or any part of Florida, are they a part of the evangelical Christian movement, or like is religion going to sway their decision, or do you think it is purely political?
That's an interesting question because I have not factored in whether or not religion plays a part in this whole thing.
I think religion will probably play a bigger part than political. I mean, if you look at the whole Roe v. Wade thing, they're using religion as the whole backbone of the decision, even though there's meant to be the whole separation of church and state. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on with that. Like, it's like it doesn't matter if you're left or right here. There's this fear of separating church from state, even though it's in the Constitution. It's very strange. Um, you got to check this out before. I think everybody's coming back to court, but I got to show this. This is basically common shit.
oh, that's tiny compared to what we get over here.
Well, that you have crocodiles. This is an alligator. It's a little different.
I think the only difference
smaller,
is their snout.
Let me know.
and their size. I would say.
I got you.
But look at this guy. He's like, dude, I own this house. There's no way I'm gonna have an alligator just hanging out in front of my house. I can't have that. Dude, that's insane.
Oh, forget that.
That's insane.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
and he's putting himself like the only thing between him and that alligator is a garbage can, and that alligator will destroy him.
a crocodile would jump out of that.
That guy is getting all the pussy on that block. Like
and the rest.
all of it. He's getting all the pussy on that. He's wearing sandals. And he's just like,
It'd be
yeah,
even more funny if he was wearing Crocs.
He's like, yeah, and he's not trying to kill it or anything. He's just like, dude, you just can't be.
Yeah, he's trying to release it.
Yeah, you can't be in my driveway, dude. You can't be in my driveway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to release you into the canal where you want to be in the first place. Because
till it comes back tomorrow.
Yeah, realistically, the alligator is not trying to hurt anybody. Like any wild animal, it uses their deadly traits to defend themselves.
We get kangaroos
And
in
he's
the
like, yeah.
public all the time here.
I love how he ran. And he's like, fuck the garbage can. I don't even need that garbage can. I'll come back for it later.
You can keep it.
The alligator's totally docile, just like whatever. Dude, he comes back for the garbage can. He's like, I want my garbage can.
Yeah, screw that. Nuh-uh.
All right, we're back. We're back with the trial here. It's resuming. So this witness is.
Can you see that on your screen?
No.
Can
Yes.
you? It's kind of blurry.
It's a bit blurry.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for these kids having to go through it all again.
Of course, but they're also. I mean, you also
Yeah,
have
sure.
to think of them as heroes to a certain degree. Like they want justice. I mean, their friends were murdered in front of them. You know what I mean? Like people that they high-fived and fist bumped in the hallway. Even people that they may not have had many conversations with.
Thank you.
These were their colleagues.
Okay,
These were their
can you see that?
peers.
Yes.
Okay. It'll come up. I'd like you to just put a little circle where you were.
Just point to it, or
Can
Well,
you,
no, you got to draw on it,
yes.
dude.
use the. That's it. Okay. Okay, great. All right. So, fourth period, Mr. Olson, tell us what happened.
Well, we were sitting in a group that day.
And feel free to
guys were
chime in
gonna say
anytime, Matt Bond.
Activity like that.
Yep,
And
we'll
all of a
do.
sudden, I heard a bunch of loud noises in the hallway. I did not know what it was. And after a few seconds, I think everyone realized it was gunshots. And then I look over and I see Alex not moving. And then my memory is,
You talk about Alex Schachter.
yes. And then
So I think he was on
I
the
guess
first
50
floor.
seconds, I don't know, goes by, and then I'm on the floor in front of the teacher's desk, waiting. And then eventually, Kashava comes in. I'm with him in front of the teacher's desk.
God, that must have been so traumatizing.
Is that Kashava Magaporum?
Yes. While I'm
Shut up,
laying
Cherry.
in front of the desk, I realize there's blood all over me.
Oh my God.
I don't know. There's blood all over Kashava. I don't know what's. I don't really still realize what's going on. And I can hear the shots still, and I hear them get farther away, and I guess eventually go to other floors. It gets a little quieter, but eventually there's more loud noises, and it's the police coming to, I guess, escort us out. And once we're out of the school, I go wait at an ambulance station, medic station for a minute, but then I realize I see someone I know, someone's mom that I know. So I go to her and call my mom, and then my mom picks me up from there and we drive to the hospital.
Okay. So let me take you back in school, in classroom 1216. So you say you hear some shots?
Yes.
And so what do you do exactly?
Well, I'm kind of waiting in my seat for a bit because
Good call, Cherry.
I didn't know what was going on at the time. I just remember looking over at Alex first, and then I don't really remember how I got onto the floor from there, but I realized I was on the floor after.
When you looked over at Alex, what did you see?
He was not moving, maybe twitching a bit, but
Okay. And then what did you do?
I ended up on the floor in front of the teacher's desk. I don't know how I got there. I just was there.
Okay. Were you wounded?
It never gets easier
Yes.
looking
What
at
did
these
you do?
parents, you know?
I don't know, but I realized I was wounded when I was laying in front of the
Fred
teachers.
Gutenberg is the hardest one to look at.
Did you see anyone else get shot?
Not get shot, but injured.
Who'd you see injured?
Kashava.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Kashava and I were waiting in front of the teacher's desk for, I don't know how long, forever.
Wow.
And
That must have felt like a lifetime.
Okay. Did you see, where did the shots come from? Did you see where the shots come from?
no, I didn't see where they came from.
Okay. Do you know how many shots were fired into your wound?
No, a lot,
Okay. Was it one time or more than one time?
more than one.
Okay. How long before the first time and the second time, if you can remember?
I don't really remember how much time.
Pardon?
I don't remember how much time in between.
Okay. Would the first shots came in and compared to the second shots, same amount of
This
shots?
poor
came
kid.
in, or more the first time or more the second time, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you.
I was watching an interview with one of the students that are testifying in this, and she was saying how she had to actually hide underneath a body to pretend she was dead already.
Wow.
And
I would
reliving it
assume that,
was just
Yes.
yeah, I would
messed
assume
up.
that would be a tactic used by any of the victims, is just, you know, to play dead, obviously, you know, like if you
Yeah.
already think I'm dead. Wow. It's so bad. So bad.
Yes.
And where were they taken?
West Boca Hospital.
West Boca Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. I've shown these to the defense. I'm going to introduce them. This is a please side by one.
And a very small part of me does feel bad for this kid, you know, because I don't think that he thought it through. I don't think that he thought, I don't know what's going on with the sound. Let me mute that for now. I don't know. I don't think that he thought that his actions through to that degree. And now he's having to relive it. And I'm glad he has to relive it. You know, I'm glad he does. In that sense, but you know, the slight part of empathy that feels for him is, you know, just, I mean, I don't even know how to express that. If
That's what I'm really hoping comes out. What was going through his head
same
to make him
I mean,
do it? Because
obviously the evidence dictates that he was looking for notoriety in some way, shape, or form, you know, and now that he has it, I don't think that he's a cold-blooded narcissistic, you know, I don't think that. But I think that he let the need to be relevant overwhelm him. That's what I believe.
well, sadly, that happens every time there is a shooting.
Right.
90% of the time, for the first day or two, all you see on TV is the shooter. It takes a day or so before the names of the victims come out, and even then, the screens are still covered in, you know, the shooter. One thing that I think would really help is to stop giving the shooters the attention, because I mean, at the end of the day, how many of them actually survive to know that the attention's there anyway?
And I agree with that. I do agree with that in theory, but in this particular case, I feel like it's necessary to give him the attention because it's showing the other shooters or the people thinking about doing this what it's like to actually be caught and what you're going to go through. You know, if you consider yourself an empathetic person and yet for some reason you're justifying these actions in your mind, this is what it's going to lead to. You know, and he's having to relive this, and he's having to, you know, this is not a serial killer. by any means, even though he fits all of the all of the traits of somebody that would fit that profile. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My mom abandoned me when I was a baby. My adoptive parents died. I'm angry at the world. Blah blah blah. He has all the reasons in the world to be angry. Yet here he is, and I do believe that he regrets what he did. But
oh, absolutely, you can tell it in his body language.
Right, and but to me, it doesn't change the fact that, you know, and I want to be clear about this. It doesn't change the fact that the families deserve justice however they see fit.
Yeah.
And he has to just face whatever consequences come to him. Period.
Yeah.
Let me unmute this. Sorry.
Over the defense objection, 2M will be received as states 21. 2L. Will be received as states 22. 2Q for identification will be received as states 23. And 2O will be received as states 24.
They're going to show more video, I think.
Well, so far they haven't shown any video, but they will play the sound, which is very jarring, to say the least.
They're showing the video in court, but they're sealing, but it's audio only for the live stream.
And share with us, because I know in chat you were very vocal about the prosecution yesterday. Share with us now that you have a mic, how you feel about the prosecution and how they're handling this.
Just based off the way the prosecution started yesterday, he was slipping up to the point where he had the wrong month of it. I mean, everyone knows that it happened on Valentine's Day, which is 14th of February. Yet he said it was March. As soon as he got the month wrong on something as big as this, I was like, this prosecutor is going to be nothing but trouble. And then when he started playing the video without giving the proper warning, I'm like, nah, go the mistrial now.
It's on him to prove the case. You know, the defense, all they have to do is just defend. All they have to do is deflect. You know,
and they don't have to do anything.
Right.
They can just walk up to the stand and say, here's the ham sandwich, see you tomorrow. If the prosecution stuffs up, then it's the difference between life and death. So,
let me comment real quick on Band-Aid of Memories comment here, saying technically he is a serial killer by the number of people that he killed. No, he's a mass shooter. A serial killer is defined by having an MO and targeting people based on how they look and what their habits may be or whatnot. A serial killer is actually very different than a mass murderer. I would say that he is defined as a mass murderer, not a serial killer. So I don't want to classify this kid as a serial killer.
A serial killer is multiple events rather than multiple people.
That's yes.
So yeah, I would much have preferred for the prosecution to or for it to there's Fred right there in the white shirt.
Fred?
In front.
Explain to us,
Fred Gutenberg. Fred's daughter Jamie was one of the girls that was shot. She was the one that was found in the stairwell. He's been very vocal with the March for Our Lives kids. His daughter was one of the last kids shot.
Well, his daughter.
Yes,
he
Jamie.
looks a little young to have a daughter in high school.
Not this kid here. Jamie was sitting in front of the deputy.
What do you do? Are you working?
In the crowd with the glasses.
I work out.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Pardon?
Audi.
Okay. And do you do any trade school or anything like that?
Yes.
Where do you go?
Sheridan Technical College.
Okay. Mr. Durrett, I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I want to call your attention to the fourth period. Do you remember your fourth period?
Yes.
And Mr. Durrett, do you know where you were during the fourth period?
Yeah, I was at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Okay. And were you at a particular classroom?
Yeah, I was in English class.
Okay. And was that 1216?
Yes, sir.
And who was your teacher?
Miss Haas.
Okay. And did something happen during the fourth period, Mr. Durrett?
Yes, sir.
Would you please describe to us what happened?
So that day was a regular day, and then during the end of the period, I started hearing loud bangs. But at that moment, I didn't think it was anything out of the ordinary. You know, maybe it was the band coming through the hallway, you know, banging their drums or whatever. And then I just remember feeling a sensation on the back of my head, like a hot sensation. And I just realized I was in danger. So I reacted as quick as possible and tried to just get somewhere and cover. So I went to the hard corner of the room.
Okay.
And then while I was sitting there, you know, just trying not to think this is real, thinking it's, you know, fake.
Wow.
You know, and then
They were told that there was going to be a
trying
drill that day.
process, you know, what's going on, and then
That's so ironic, isn't it? Because he's thinking it's a prank, you know? So somebody who's looking for social media, he's looking for social media notoriety.
I remember feeling,
you know, the irony in that is that people who think on the same level as him without being homicidal are thinking it's just a prank, you know, of somebody who's just trying to get social media notoriety.
just,
You know what I mean?
like the middle of the back of my head.
Okay.
So I realized, you know, something's wrong, but I still didn't want to believe that it was, you know, a shooting or anything. So I was trying to stay calm. And then the people next to me were like, "Oh, are you okay? You know, are you you know,
Oh, so this is the one that was scraped with a bullet."
You know, something like that. And then I was just sitting there, and then I looked straight ahead of me, and I saw Alex Shackner passed away over his desk, kind of like half of his body. There was like a metal bar on the desk, and half of his body was off the bar, and the other half was like still kind of in his seat. And I saw a pile of blood like forming under him, and I saw his body not spasming, but more like trying to take his like final breaths.
Jesus.
And then at that moment, you know, it started getting more real. And then I was just sitting there, trying to stay calm and trying to keep the people around me calm, you know, talking. And then I remember
these parents are so strong too, you know, just listening to this, like you see them,
were coming through the wall.
It's so tough for them.
Later, I heard that
I couldn't do it. That's why the courtroom's half empty today.
I mean, but you wouldn't know, you know what I mean? You wouldn't know if you, unless you were in that situation.
And then
maybe you could.
Oh, they know the details now. They had a big, like a town hall where they went step by step through all the details. So they know it inside out and backwards.
And then
but having to sit there in front of the person who did it.
Run out of the classroom.
Right.
And don't look back. So we ran.
I mean, the strength of these people needs to be recognized.
Absolutely, especially the kids that have to relive it.
Right.
You could see the blood on me, so he was like, "Let's go to the ambulance."
And think of the empathy that they're feeling for these witnesses, you know,
You said
these parents that weren't there, that wish they were to help their own children, and seeing these other kids testify and their strength, you know, that's got to be so tough for them.
I saw them hitting the wall.
Do you know how much time between the first time the shots came in and the second time, Mr. Durrett?
I mean, to me, it felt like 15 minutes, but I know that now that it wasn't that long.
Okay, felt like a long time to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me show you state's exhibits. Besides Alex Shack, and yourself, did you see anyone else that was injured?
Yes, I saw Kashava, but
Is that Kashava Magaporum?
yes, sir.
Okay.
But at the time, I didn't know he was injured.
Okay, anyone else?
No.
Okay. Let me show you, I've showed these to the defense. State's exhibit 2S and
The scariest part is Nicholas being an ex-student, he had done all of these shooting drills. So he knew exactly where they'd be hiding.
Wow.
Yes.
That's wow.
I'd like to introduce 2R and 2S.
Yeah, like what good are shooting drills when the most likely shooter would be somebody who attended school during shooting drills. You know what I mean?
Exactly. He knew exactly what they would do, where they would go, and everything.
Right.
I'm going to show you 25. Can you recognize who that is?
Yes, sir.
Who is it?
That's me.
Okay. And where was this taken? Do you remember?
North Broward Hospital.
Okay. And show you 26. You know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's me.
And does that show the area where you were hit?
Yeah.
Where? Could you point to it? And the illustrator?
Yeah.
I wish they'd show that though.
I don't.
You know.
Go ahead, if you can do it. Just hit one of the colors.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like there's things about this
If it's the
prosecutor
one
that
that
are great,
Further
you
question.
know, like he seems like a great prosecutor in certain degrees, but there's other things that I'm just like, man, don't drop the ball on that. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like silly little slip-ups. Silly little slip-ups.
So we have this one.
I think that one, they're keeping them closed because they were minors at the time of the shooting.
Right.
But to the graphic nature of it.
But once they're, I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like once they're adults, that stuff is admissible. You know, you can publicly show that stuff once they're adults. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know.
Columbine and that was never opened.
So that we can start the
Okay,
afternoon.
okay.
I think I'm saying today. It's almost 11 o'clock, so we're gonna break until 1 o'clock. The sheriff's office will indicate to you exactly the directions of what you need to do, like they did yesterday. It will likely be the same procedure. Please remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please remember that if anyone approaches you,
I don't
tell
see
them that
Nicholas's
you're on the
brother
jury
in
and they
the
cannot talk to you and report
in
the
there.
matter immediately to me when you return. Other than that, I hope you have a nice.
Yeah,
few
so
hours
far I have
of
not
break,
seen
and I'll
Nicholas's
come back
brother.
at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
And he said in that interrogation that he would be there for him in every way, shape, or form. You know, I'll be there for every trial. I'll be there for this. I'll be there for that. I'll be right by your
I know they
side.
granted him permission to come back for the trial. Maybe they're not allowing him in there because he needs to testify on something. So maybe whilst Nicholas has been in jail, he's said something over the phone or something.
Right. Yeah, there's a possibility that he's actually a witness in some way, shape, or form. And that's why we're not seeing him. But
if he was just giving the family impact statement, they would allow him in there.
Right.
So that's Fred Gutenberg on the right of the screen that just turned to walk up out the back with the glasses on in the white shirt.
I would be greatly disappointed if it turned out that he was a witness for the prosecution. Just morally speaking, I'd be like, man, damn, that sucks.
Yeah.
You know,
Technically, we're not in recess, so if
I
I
would be
don't
really
think they would.
disappointed.
you may do so, if you want to.
I can't see why they would bother. I don't know what he could possibly say in jail. If anything, he could have said something in a phone call from jail that kind of points towards he's showing remorse. It was mental health and a reason why to give life instead of death penalty. I can't see why he would be a witness for prosecution.
I mean, I could see it. I could see why the prosecution would think of him as valuable if he was valuable. But, you know,
Yeah. But even if he's a witness for the defense, he's not allowed in there through the trial.
but what about this judge? Like, doesn't she seem a little green for a case like this? You know what I mean? Like, she seems so young. Like, how much experience can she possibly have as a judge being as young as she is? You know,
She's done brilliant up until yesterday. She's been very good towards both sides up until yesterday. When she dismissed the motion to mistrial
do you feel
so
feel
quickly,
that she should have granted the motion of mistrial?
she should have possibly looked into it a bit more.
Okay. Yeah,
She
definitely
if
seemed
anything,
emotional. Like, her decision definitely seemed emotionally driven. I will give you that. Yeah.
yeah, it came across it as there's no way in hell I'm going through this process again, because it has taken so long to get a jury and that. It was like, yeah, no, screw this. We've already started. We're going to keep going. And my instant reaction, which you saw, was it's day one. We've only had 2 witnesses, an opening statement.
But couldn't
Do the mistrial.
there be another side to that coin where it's like, okay, it's day one and you're moving for a mistrial, so no. You know what I mean? Like, no, we're not having a mistrial until we hear all the evidence. And maybe
If
she was just shutting it down
if they have
for that
grounds
sake.
so soon for a mistrial, if they have such strong grounds like that for a mistrial so early, what's going to happen later on in the trial? What's prosecution possibly going to do? 3 weeks in, if it takes that long. It shouldn't. It won't be that long. But you know, what if they get towards the end and they screw up? But there's also the main side of the coin is the fact that they did have that motion for mistrial. If they then appeal it, because instantly, if he gets the death penalty, the appeal process instantly kicks into gear anyway, whether he wants it or not. And that's a very quick and easy motion to argue on. The fact that they can turn around and say, look, we've got video, that everyone reacted that way to the video. There's no way the jury couldn't have been swayed by it. And when it comes to life or death, they're not going to grant death on it. So, and that could be the difference between mistrial with or without prejudice.
Right.
So if they get the mistrial on appeal, he could just instantly get the life sentence if they're going for death. Whereas if they had a mistrial then and started again on day one, then that's fine. They start again and death is still on the table.
Why is this guy putting on a mask now? I mean, I don't know. Like, they're in Florida. There's Governor DeSantis, who's possibly the most likely next candidate for president of the United States, by the way. The governor of that
That's
state.
fun.
is likely the most is likely the next candidate. People are saying that he should run with Trump.
So when are you moving to Australia?
I might, man. You know, like I might. I love Australian women. You know what I mean? Like, I might. If you're telling me that I don't have to worry about crocodiles, you're selling it really well. You know, and snakes and shit like
Yeah,
that.
no, I've never seen a wild crocodile. You're good.
And the surf is supposed to be really good, right? Even though I've never
Oh,
gotten
down in
good
Sydney?
at surfing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I'm moving to Sydney, man.
If you want surf, then you want Bondi Beach area.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. You know, I mean, like this is not the country right now that I have in mind of where I want to live. But you know, if there's a country that is closer to it, to my idea of what I want, great. You know, I'll move there. So far, right now, I'm just like, I'm sticking to this. I still have hope.
There's always hope. Every country has their issues.
So what do you do for a living?
Until I broke both my legs, I was a sound and lights technician.
How'd you break both your legs?
Then
Holy
once
shit.
very long story. I was
Let's hear
working
it.
and I
We got
rolled my
time.
ankle and ripped I rolled my ankle and ripped all the ligaments out of my ankle, and I'm a weird freak of nature.
How'd you do that?
Medical equipment, like I just rolled my ankle and I could hear the pop over the sound system.
What were you doing?
And when I was a sound and lights tech, so I set up sound and lights for concerts
For what?
and
A
stuff.
band?
I worked with people like Britney Spears, AC/DC, Bee Gees, etc., etc. And I just rolled my ankle. I stepped on a cable or something, and my ankle went over, and it popped. Went to the hospital and they did X-rays, and it just looked like a sprained ankle. So they just kept treating it like a sprained ankle. And finally, after 2.5 years, they went in and had a look and found that I had ripped all the ligaments out of the bone, and nothing was holding my ankle together. And it was just ridiculously unstable. So I was constantly falling over. And one night I fell over and dislocated my so it was my left ankle. I dislocated my right kneecap and chipped the kneecap and destroyed that. But because my ankle was so screwed, my knee couldn't be fixed. So it was like, well, that's the end of that career for you. So I started doing professional photography.
That sucks, dude. Like that's terrible. Like you were living the dream pretty much.
It was pretty sweet, but by then I had a daughter on the way. It happened 2 weeks before my daughter was born, so it's like at least I get to stay with my daughter now. So that was sweet. And I took up professional photography, but as my ankle and knee got worse, I couldn't go out on the shoots to the beaches and all that kind of stuff anymore. So I built a recording studio.
So you're an artist. You're an artist by nature.
I am, yeah. We found out last year or the year before that I'm autistic and ADHD. So it just comes naturally to me. Give me anything theory, and it will go out the window. If I see it visually or hear it, I absorb it like a sponge. And that's how I get all this information, just watching the interviews and all that kind of thing. I just pick the information up instantly. I set up a studio and just started doing just community work and that sort of stuff. You might have heard over here, after me saying we don't have mass shootings and all that, I think it was about 5 years ago, we had an Indigenous mum here. She murdered 8 of her children. one night.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was insane. Um, After that happened, I went into the community with all my recording gear and set all my gear up, and we taught the kids of the community how to play the instruments, write songs, and recorded an album for them. So I do that kind of stuff, and a lot
So
of the
you still find a way to stay in music because you're passionate about it.
absolutely, that's my life.
Right.
I literally sleep surrounded by guitars. I've got 15 guitars surrounding me at the moment.
Right
So
on.
I live, sleep, and breathe music. So but I also get a lot of the true crime channels send me photos and video and audio to clean up and all that kind of stuff as well.
So what do you? I mean, as far as music goes, I mean, because we're going to get off the subject here of true crime a little bit, because we got. I feel this responsibility to keep things light if I can, because this is a
Yeah,
very
definitely.
very difficult subject. So musically speaking, like what would be your biggest influence musically?
Well, my first biggest influence was Elvis.
Okay.
And then early 90s, Michael Jackson came in.
Early 90s? Wow. I mean, yeah,
I was introduced to
it's a little
MJ
late.
Dangerous album.
That Dangerous. So you were introduced to Michael Jackson through the Dangerous album. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is great, by the way, because I'm a big Michael Jackson fan. I am not ashamed to say that at all. Not even a little
Same.
bit.
I have tattoos of my biggest inspirations, and MJ was my first one. So I've got Elvis, I've got MJ, and then it would have been mid 90s. My brother introduced me to Garth Brooks. So then he came in. And then Keith Urban came in early 2000s.
Keith Urban?
Yeah, I know Keith Urban very well. He gave me one of his guitars.
Okay.
So that was pretty sweet. For my 30th birthday, I ordered a couple of guitars based on the models that he has custom built. And the company stuffed up making my guitar. So instead of me waiting 6 months to build another guitar, they just gave me one of his.
Nice.
So that was pretty sweet. So yeah, I've got one of Tommy Emmanuel's guitars, if you know Tommy Emmanuel at all.
I do not. How old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay, so you're just a few years younger than me.
I was born the same year as Thriller. So yeah.
See, I remember Thriller vividly. Vividly. I was 8 years old, I think, or when I discovered Thriller. I'm not saying that's the year that it came out. I would say I was 7 when Thriller actually came out. 7, I would say, when Thriller came out. And I just adored Michael Jackson right away. I mean, I was, I had MTV when MTV first came out, and I was trying to do the dance moves, at the same time. I loved Thriller. I loved Michael Jackson. I still love Michael Jackson. I adored him. And what's funny is before him, when I was very, very little, Elvis was the shit. Elvis was the main influence.
Elvis was my nickname until MJ came along.
So what's your what's your nickname?
Now they call me Fluffy. So
why? Why?
Same reason as Gabriel Iglesias. Apparently, I'm funny as fuck, and since breaking my legs, I've packed on the weight. So,
okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, so weird mix of them through the years. So yeah.
So
But yeah, no, I vaguely remember
currently,
the bad album.
right now, what do you listen to right now? Like,
Right now, what's on my playlist is Garth Brooks, but that's only because, well, not only because huge fan, but close friend of mine. You may have seen him in the news over there. He would go to every Garth Brooks concert, and he had a non-profit organization he set up called Vets for Garth. And so every stop that Garth went on tour, he would buy floor seating tickets. He would invite vets along, give them the tickets, get them, right up at the stage, make signs for them, shout them to dinner, and all that kind of thing. He ended up getting diagnosed with bowel cancer. I think it was bowel cancer.
are you a Chris Gaines fan?
I love Chris Gaines. Chris Gaines was so misunderstood. Chris Gaines was brilliant, but then he is based off an Australian, so
yeah. I mean, what I find fascinating about Garth Brooks is his. I remember watching him in an interview with Conan O'Brien, like Jesus, must have been 30 years ago. And he said that his main influence was Kiss, right?
Yes.
And I Kiss when I was a baby. Okay, fuck Elvis, fuck Michael Jackson. When I was 4 years old, I was obsessed with Kiss with full makeup.
Yeah.
Right. I was obsessed with them. And I actually, that was my first concert. I was 4 years old. My mom was single at the time, and so she was dating, and there was a guy that she dated, and he was, I guess, fascinated by a child's obsession with Kiss, right? So he actually bought Kiss concert tickets for all of us, and I got to go see Kiss when I was 4 years old. That was my first concert at the Checkerdome Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. I think it was 1979. I was 4, and yeah, you do the math. But I adored Kiss. I adored them. And then
so
to
you would
Garth
see
Brooks,
the
and I'm not even a Garth Brooks fan.
concert.
Well, I'm not even a Garth Brooks fan, but then I saw that interview, and then I looked at Garth Brooks' performance. Like, Garth Brooks is more known for his live performances than his actual music. And
absolutely.
And so I was like, that makes perfect fucking sense.
That's exactly what I was about to say. You would see a Kiss concert in Garth's live show.
Totally. Like swinging, from the rafters and everything. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And he's wearing a cowboy hat. Totally different visual than you would get from a Kiss concert. But really, is it that different? As far as performance goes, it wouldn't be that different.
Grabbing the bottles of water, throwing them at the crowd.
Right.
Pulling the cymbals off the drum kit and throwing it into the crowd.
And that's
running
Ozzy
and jumping
Osbourne
off the
shit
stage
right
onto
there.
swinging ladders. Yeah.
Yeah. I finally got to see Ozzy Osbourne. I actually won concert tickets. I won Ozfest tickets off the radio in like the year 2001, I think 2000 or 2001. And I actually got to see Ozzy Osbourne live for the first and only time. I never got to see him since, but he had a rig where he sat. It was like a pod where it extended over the crowd, and obviously the crowd is sweaty. obviously the crowd is tired, you know, because it's Ozfest. There was tons of bands prior. Pantera opened for him just before then, right? Just before Ozzy. And he's like over the crowd with this in this pod that he's sitting in, and it's shooting him directly over the crowd, and it's a water cannon, and he's shooting water at the crowd, and he's got that maniacal smile and laughter, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
I personally believe that is what's keeping Ozzy alive. That personally, I believe that is what is keeping Ozzy alive today, is the ability to get to do that with his crowd. He will die being active and interactive with his crowd. I believe that with all my heart. It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
I see the same in Garth. Garth does the same sort of thing. There was one show where he grabbed a fire hose and sprayed the crowd.
Yeah. I mean,
just crazy crap.
Like, you guys are working harder than I am. You know what I mean? Just by being here. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that I definitely admire about an artist, you know, and a live performer. What the shit is this?
An ad.
Yeah, but why? But yeah, I was never a Garth Brooks fan, but I've always admired him as a live performer for that reason, you know.
It was the live performance that caught my attention. I think if I had just heard the music, it wouldn't have grabbed me. But it was
did you go to a show, or did you just catch one like on TV?
No, I was too young when he was last over here in Australia.
Right.
And that, so, but he's planning on coming back over hopefully in the next year or two to film a TV special. September he's going to Ireland to film another special. So probably next year he should be over here to film. And if that's the case, I'll be backstage crew and stuff. What I'll do, I don't know, but yeah, I won't miss that opportunity. So that'll be sweet. But yeah, incredible live. It was I remember it like it was yesterday. My brother was watching the first TV special, and I walked in and it was Friends in Low Places, where he smashes the guitars up. And I remember to this day, everyone still gets pissed off at it. Why would he smash up the guitars? And it's like they were the cheap toy ones anyway. It's not like they used
it. You can afford it, you know.
Exactly.
Fuck it.
He's sponsored by Takamine. So, and that, but everyone's like, but there's kids out there that would kill for them, and it's like they were dead guitars anyway. So whatever.
And what's funny is I have an acoustic guitar now. Like, that's the only, and I've been in bands and played live shows and everything, and the only thing that I own now is an acoustic guitar, and it's a Takamine, right? And the reason why I bought that guitar was because Garth Brooks used that guitar, and I'm still not even a fan of his music. Like, I remember
so you had the GB7C?
I remember being in Sam Ash, that guitar store. I remember being in Sam Ash with my brother, because my brother had just graduated college. And I love this about my brother, man. I God bless him. You know, I love this about my brother is he just graduated college, and he just landed a job, and he was like, we're going to go to the guitar store and get you a guitar. You know, I want to be the one to buy you a guitar, because he was so supportive of me playing music. You know what I mean?
Oh, that is sweet.
Yeah. It was really awesome. And I remember picking up all these acoustic guitars and playing them and blah, 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 and checking out the action on them and, you know, everything. And then I picked up a Takamine, and I was like remembering that Garth Brooks, for some reason, even though I'm not a fan of his that much, I was like, that this is the one. And I still have that guitar to this day, even though it's fucked up. The neck is warped, um,
Is
it's the
it
only reason
is it
I
his
don't,
model, the one with the guitar sound hole?
I have no idea, if I'm being honest. I have no idea.
I
But
remember when it was 94, 95, when he played Central Park and he first brought out his model guitar with the guitar sound hole. And I told my dad, I'm going to have that guitar one day. And his exact words was, over my dead body. And unfortunately, in 2003, he was killed in a truck accident.
I'm sorry.
So
Sorry to hear
when
that.
he died, I got the guitar. So he was right. It was over his dead body that I got it.
Wow.
So that was just what we were like.
Rock and
Like I
roll, man.
said when I was younger.
That's a rock and roll story if I ever heard one in my life, man. That's
Oh, I did the same thing. I was like, when I was younger, I'm like, I want to go back to blonde hair. And he's like, well, the only way to do that is to bleach it. Because when I was little, I had pure blonde hair.
right.
And I'm like, well, I want to bleach my hair. And he's, again, over my dead body. So for his funeral, I bleached my hair.
Nice.
So that's just how we were. So, yeah, no, when he passed, I got the Garth Brooks model Takamine as well. So I'm a sucker for signature model guitars. So I've got one of Garth's Takamines. I've got one of Tommy Emmanuel's Matons. I've got one of Keith Urban's Matons. I've got one of Ed Sheeran's Martins. I've got a 1960s gold top not Telecaster, Les Paul.
Nice.
So I have a bit of a collection going.
I mean, I don't know what happened, man. I think I just, I'm in my mid 40s. I feel like I peaked musically, in my 30s. And then I was just like, I don't care anymore. I don't know what it is. I guess maybe I'm being a little too personal, but I just didn't give a shit anymore. Like, I got to play with some of I got to open for some of my favorite bands at the time, and not even, big bands. I don't listen to top 40, artists or whatever, you know what I mean? But like, I was listening to just fun bands that I loved, and for some reason, being in the right place at the right time and knowing the right people in Miami, we got to open for some of those bands, and it was like, all right, well, we got to do that. And then I just stopped giving a shit, I guess, or maybe I just don't want to be that guy that dwells, you know what I mean, on what's over.
Yeah.
It's over,
Yeah, I think that's probably why I haven't gone that way, because mine was taken from me, as to say. Like I was at the peak when it was just ripped away. So it's hold on to it as tight as I can, sort of thing. But I almost got to that point earlier this year. I had a fall and almost broke my neck, and I've got 4 discs in my neck pushing on the nerves, and I lost all use of both my hands. It literally felt like my hands were stuck in a bucket of glass. So I haven't been able to pick up my guitars for like 8 months now.
Wow.
Which is torture. So
I can only I can't even begin to imagine, actually. Like, that's, if that's your outlet and what you love, but in theory, I would say you can still do a lot of good musically,
oh, absolutely. I do a lot of producing and stuff.
Yeah, that's great.
And I'm keeping the guitars so close because there's days where some days I'm like, I want to get rid of them. And then there's other days where I'm like, no, screw that. They mean too much to me. I'm going to push myself to play again.
Yeah. 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 I when I was playing music, it was like we got to a point, it was really funny. I realized that once we stopped giving a shit, we started playing our best music, you know what I mean? And we started making the right connections and everything like that. And we just didn't care. It was just like something to do on our free
Yeah.
time. When we stopped caring, when we stopped like trying, and I'm not going to say like actually stop trying, because obviously we put our best into what we were writing and everything. But
Yeah.
we we were just a bunch of friends, and then we were already in our 30s, and I was the only single guy left. Everybody else was married, and we had this opportunity to tour with a band, and the rest of the band, their wives were like, "You're not touring. What do you think you're going to do in your mid 30s?" You know what I mean? Like, no. you're staying home, and you're going to keep
Yeah.
your job, and that's it, and so we and I was sitting there going, this is our opportunity, let's go, and they were all like, I mean, no. This is, I have already got the dream, and God bless my bandmates for that. They were like, I'm already living the dream. I'm married. I have a family, and this is great, So it was just like, that was it. That was it. Never again. Never again.
That's usually how it ends. Yep.
Yeah. But I look at it like, man, we had such a good time, and that was it, and I'm just grateful to have had that good time, and have gotten the best out of friends that I respect more than anything in the world. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. That's how I usually find most of my favorite artists to work with. The ones that have spent the time pushing and pushing to try and make it big, and then they get to the point where they're like, yeah, no, never going to happen. Let's just do it for passion. That's when the best work comes out. It's when they're no
Right.
longer trying so hard.
That's why my favorite bands were dudes that lived out of a van eating salads and cheese sandwiches. You know what I mean? Like that's the best music, in my opinion. The ones that are spoiled and are pushing out music that some producer who is tasked with the job to sell music, that shit is I can hear it immediately. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, it's not for me. You know what I mean? I don't enjoy that. But when I see a band that's just like, all I give a shit about is the music, those are the bands that I really relate to,
Yeah.
Those are the bands that I really love,
They're the ones that I'd prefer to work with and produce.
Sure. Yeah. 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 And and it's funny and it's great to see them grow. Like, we got to play with this band called Torch a bunch of times. We got to play with them live a bunch of times, and then to see them just before the COVID thing happened, like literally like just before COVID hit, they played Seth Meyers. They played that Seth Meyers show, right? And
Yep.
Seth Meyers tweeted like, "This is the loudest band that's ever been on this show." And I was like, I love that he tweeted that, because when we played together, I loved playing with them because, my beer would literally vibrate in my hand from the sound of the bass and the drums. You know what I mean? And I love that. I totally loved it. and to hear like somebody like Seth Meyers, and I'm a big SNL fan, you know, so I followed Seth Meyers' career from SNL to being a talk show host, and I'm just like, man, that's fucking great. That's amazing, you know. And then COVID hit, and then Torch was just on the verge of crossing over, but they never did. They never did.
Damn. I back in the mid 90s, I was working, or end 90s, I was working with the R&B group here down in Canberra, and we got opening act for Usher, and we were going to do a reunion tour just before COVID hit. That was going to be pretty sweet, but yeah, no. When we finally locked down here, we locked down tight. So there was no crossing state borders and all that. So
what's funny is we locked down tight here too at first, and I remember I was working at a fitness club, and we were forced to close. And even though we were all just like, dude, this is bullshit, this is ridiculous, you know, we were still taking precautions, and we still respected the fact that people are dying. I lost somebody very close to me to COVID. But we were all just kind of like, as far as our way of life, it shouldn't affect that, you know. But the gym closed, and I remember, and I wasn't getting paid either. Every day I came to the gym and I helped clean. Because the goal was to open back up, you know.
yeah,
and we scrubbed, and I was taking like the edge of a rag and getting into the to the, you know, what do you call the just you know, the rivets of everything, of every machine, just getting in there and getting every little bit of dust out, right? And then, you know, we finally opened, and Tennessee, where I live, we were just like, we got to a point where we were like, we're not doing fucking COVID anymore, dude. You know, Glenn Jacobs is the mayor of Knox County, right? And Glenn Jacobs, if you don't know who Glenn Jacobs is, if you're a WWE fan, he's Kane, right?
oh yeah,
The big red
yeah,
machine,
Kane,
right?
yeah, Undertaker's brother.
Yeah, I love him, right? I absolutely love him. And it got to a point to where we're just like, we're not doing this shit, you know, and our numbers went down, and we just kept on living our way of life. But in other parts of the country and other parts of the world, it wasn't the same thing. So there's just like no right answer when it came to COVID. It was really
Yeah.
weird because, like I said, I lost somebody like this right here. Let me this right here was given to me by my big brother, right? That's the reason this is hanging up. That was given to me by my big brother from the Big Brothers Big Sisters program.
Okay, yep.
Yeah. And we lost touch for decades. And then out of nowhere, he well, I was looking for him, and I found him. He was just like, "Oh my God, I've been looking for you for years. I don't know where to find you. I didn't know." And then for Christmas, he sent me that jersey, and it was signed, and he sent me a video even of it being signed by Bernie Federko, right? And then I was in touch with him, and we were making plans to meet up, but he died of COVID. He was killed. He died of COVID. And I never got to see him again. So that hangs up for him, period. I don't even follow hockey anymore. When we were, when I was his little brother, we used to go to hockey games and everything like that. But that hangs up in his memory, period. That's it. It hangs up
That's
for
very
him.
cool. I'm trying to find something. A friend of mine, Glenn, he was the manager of two of Australia's biggest artists, Delta Goodrem, who is currently touring with the Backstreet Boys over there, and John Farnham. He passed away earlier this year from COVID. Um, yeah, that was the biggest shock. He was one of the first, even though politically he was against them forcing the vaccine and that. Because he was in the music industry, he had to get it. So he was one of the first people to get all three shots. And yet it took him. So that was a huge shock. But Bubba, who I was talking about before, the Garth Brooks, the Vets for Garth Brooks guy, he passed away from cancer yesterday. So that was a huge shock as well. But he was constantly in Nashville. And everyone was like, "Oh, be careful, be careful." They're not strict on the COVID restrictions in the clubs and all that kind of thing. The venues are hot spots and all that kind of thing. And even with his immune system gone from the chemo, he never once caught it. So
Yeah, I mean, here in the South, and mostly because it's political. It's a red, these are red states.
yeah,
So, everybody's just like, no COVID, no COVID, COVID's bullshit, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe COVID's bullshit. It's just a question of, is it going to affect our way of life? And it
yeah,
has affected our economy, and it's an ugly, ugly thing, and at this point it's like, how do we get out of it?
yeah.
How do we
We have to stop freaking about it. I mean, I won't lie. I originally was terrified of it because of my health. I have um a really bad immune system and that now,
well
and
when you
so
have
I was
when you
terrified of
have
going out because if I got it. But then I finally got it this year, and it was like a mild cold. I had a sore throat for a day, had a headache for a couple of days, and that was it.
well, that's funny because I mean, you tested positive for COVID, right? But
Yeah,
I got sick and I tested negative for COVID, but I'm 99% sure that I had it. You know what I mean? Because
my best friend is like that as well.
nothing kicked my ass more.
Yeah,
Usually I get sick for 24 hours and and I'm a bitch. I lay in bed and I'm just like, oh, this sucks, but I literally thought I was gonna fucking die. I couldn't breathe. I would cough and I couldn't inhale back. You know what I mean? So I was just
yeah,
like, I've never felt anything like this before. And then there's this COVID thing. This can't be a coincidence. You know what I mean? Like there's a
yeah.
respiratory issue. There's no way that this is a coincidence. You know what I mean?
My best friend
And
is exactly the same. She's
so
she feels like an elephant sitting on her chest, um, struggling to
right.
breathe. She does one of those rapid tests every day, and they keep coming back negative. She's got no immune
Yeah.
system from her medication,
So they
and
don't know
she's like, I
shit.
swear I've got it. Yeah,
This is why I don't trust the vaccine. Is like, you obviously don't know shit. You don't know what the fuck this
yeah,
is. You don't understand it. So how am I going to why am I going to shoot myself up with a vaccine that is based on no knowledge at all? Really? I mean, people are dying from this shit and they're testing negative. What are you talking about?
I've had the
You know what I mean?
vaccine, and I got it. My brother hasn't had the vaccine. He's in the bedroom next to me. He was here when I had it and didn't get it.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, who the fuck knows, man? Who knows? It's
They
you
freaked
know,
about it too
so
fast.
so so the logical conclusion that I come to is just I'm gonna take my chances. I'm gonna
Yeah,
exercise. I'm gonna try to eat right as best as I can, and you know what I mean. If it's my time, it's my time. I'm not gonna cry and whine about it. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna live
that's
in
it.
fear.
Yeah,
I refuse to live in fear. Like, what good is this life if you live in fear? What good is it?
that's it.
So I'm not doing that.
If
I'm
I'm
not doing
gonna
it.
go, I'm gonna go eating cake.
Right. Exactly. I mean, we're nobody here is immortal. Nobody is. So, you know what I mean? And kids aren't dying from it. You know what I mean? So, if elderly people are dying from it, I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's like, well, elderly people are going to die from something.
That's
you
it.
know, they're
More
going to die
people
from
died in my
something.
mum's nursing home from
Right.
influenza than they did from COVID.
Sure, exactly. So I'm just not gonna it seems crazy to me to worry about it.
Yeah.
It just seems crazy to worry about it.
So what's next on the agenda after this trial for you?
Oh, I don't know. I am talking currently about this one creator. Her name is Teal Swan, and the question is whether or not she is a cult leader.
Okay.
And I feel like she is, more or less. And you know what? A lot of people are talking about her in the sense that like she's dangerous. And I do kind of agree that she's dangerous. I just refuse to worry about whether or not she's dangerous. I just rather make fun of her, for being a self-proclaimed you know, uh, you know, she claims to be the answer to everything, and it's just like, man,
I'm
shut the fuck
surprised I haven't heard of her. So
up. And
what's she
she's really
pushing?
just
Because
she's just
culture's what
really
I'm
just
definitely
an
interested in.
all she is an insecure asshole. That's all she is.
Okay.
At the end of the day, she went through some trauma as a young kid, and I feel bad for her for that, but at the end of the day, like she's in order to deal with her trauma, she has used her unique good looks, because she is very pretty, but she's pretty in a very unique way. And she's using that to get uh a following, and to get people to listen to her. And I'm not buying into it, and so I'm going to make fun of her, and I'm going to make fun of the people that are buying into it, because you're
Okay.
weak,
Sounds a lot like
sorry
Brittany
motherfuckers.
Dawn.
Who?
She sounds a lot like Brittany Dawn. Brittany Dawn she used to have kind of like an MLM. I don't know whether it was completely an MLM or not, but she got busted scamming people, selling her diet and fitness programs and whatnot, but then not actually providing anything. And then once she got busted, she then ended up going hardcore. What's the best way to put this? Happy clappy Christian Bible bashing sort of. Um, she does these retreats in hotels where she does baptisms in the bathtubs and that, and she's on it's absolutely batshit crazy. And that
Right.
she's always on
The
TikTok and that.
bizarre aspect of it, is that people fucking follow through with this shit. They actually buy into it. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
crazy. It's crazy. Like, how fucking stupid and crazy are you? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I mean, she's
how
on
insecure
YouTube and
are
Twitter.
you? How codependent are you that you have to buy into this shit? It's so weird.
She's on TikTok and Instagram and all that, pushing the purity and modesty culture, and yet she's there, all done up in makeup, dressed in skimpy clothes and all that kind of thing. It's like, really?
Yeah. No, yeah, they're using their sexuality to sell, and it's really funny because Teal Swan will get upset if people sexualize her in any way, shape, or form. But I truly believe that deep down, subconsciously, she uses her sexuality to sell her product.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
sounds like Brittany Dawn as well.
right, right. So get the fuck out of my face with that shit. Like, you know what I mean? You're up here. If you didn't want to be sexualized, you wouldn't even go on camera. You know what I mean? You wouldn't make yourself up all pretty every time you go on camera. Like, you wouldn't do that. Like, if you're so against it. And this is what I'm saying is, I'm not saying anything against anybody who goes on camera. I'm not saying anything against anybody who makes himself up, but don't claim to be anti being sexualized if you're sexualizing yourself. Don't do
Yeah.
that. You know what I mean? You're
See,
being
that's
a
where
hypocrite and
Hillsong
a
Church
liar.
started to get in trouble. And that they really blew up when Justin Bieber, Selena Gomez, and that joined the church. And their pastors started, showing up on TV with, $1,000 pair of sneakers, tight jeans, and all that kind of thing. And it all became about the image and not the message they were pushing. And then people started coming forward about sexual abuse and all that in the church. And it just blew up. So,
And it's
yeah,
all about it's all about the image with Teal Swan, because she just throws out word salad. And I'm talking video after video after video after video. It's all word salad with no solutions. And she claims to have the solutions. She claims to be the one with the answers, right? And it's like, no, you don't. You haven't expressed one answer yet. You know what I mean? Like, don't say that you have the answers when you don't have the answers. You know, and I understand. Like, if you truly believe that you have the answers, okay. You know, but where her and I differ is the difference between individualism and idolizing. You know,
yeah,
I don't support idolization in any way, shape, or form. And I don't want people to idolize me ever. You know, if I want you to get anything out of anything that I'm saying, it's to find whatever strength you have within yourself to strengthen and empower yourself. Period. It's not on me
yeah,
to do that. It's not on me to do that. And don't look to me to do that. Fucking do it yourself. You know,
yeah.
if you get
Take what
anything
you
out of what
say
I'm
and
saying,
build your
good.
own opinion around it.
Right, right. And you know, observe the opinions that others have about you and help use that to help yourself with self-awareness. Great. You know, but I'm not here to fucking bail you out of whatever trauma you're dealing with. We all deal with trauma. You know, if I can set an example, great, but fuck all that. I'm not trying to like teach you shit. You know, I'm not. You know, you either find what I'm doing entertaining or you don't. You know,
That's
that's
it.
what it
Yeah,
boils down to. And you know, these people who want to be worshipped, I just find fascinating. I laugh at them. I
absolutely.
laugh.
Well, I grew up in when I was a kid. I grew up in first we were Mormon church, then we went to SDA, and then I ended up. That's when I then started. Was like, yeah, no, screw this. I'm gonna shop around and have a look what everyone has to offer, sort of thing. So, and that's when I found Hillsong. So I have a fair idea of where all these different cults and denominations and that tend to drag people, and it's quite fascinating. I find the anti MLM channels fascinating for that reason. Um, MLMs are very much cults. Um, and that so I love
Totally.
looking deep diving into that kind of stuff as well. So I'll have to definitely check out this creator.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we can do that right now while we're waiting if you want. You know?
Sounds like a plan.
Let's just do that for fun. Fuck it. Why not?
Have you heard of I'm trying to think, 8 Passengers, what's her name? Ruby or something. She used to be a mum vlogger. And that, but she's now abandoned her the mummy vlogging. I think it's because the kids have grown up and pretty much told her to fuck off. But now she's trying to do parent counseling and that after she shipped one of her kids away to a boot camp for 8 months, took the bedroom and bathroom doors off for a number of months so that he had no privacy as punishment. The 2 youngest kids cancelled Christmas, and she's there giving parental advice on YouTube. It's hilarious.
No, I love it. Yeah, this person is giving relationship advice, even though she's had 15 relationships since her one boyfriend that she started with. That finally just was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with you.
Yep.
15
knows
relationships.
how to have a successful relationship.
Right, exactly. But people dismiss this shit. It's crazy.
Oh my god, her logo straight away screams cold.
Right. So let's watch Teal Swan here. Do you base your relationships on
in today's world
compatibility?
people operate from 2 different paradigms in relationship. Either they base
now
their
she's
relationship
beautiful,
on the foundation
like
of compromise, or they base
now
their relationship.
my demographic is 90% women, dude.
Yeah.
And so when I say she's beautiful, the women are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, she's too manly or blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, no, look at her, she's gorgeous. Like, look at her eyes, you know, she's gorgeous. But she doesn't fool me for 1 second.
Their relationships on the foundation of compatibility. To compromise is to settle a dispute or conflict, or to reach agreement or alignment by way of mutual concession. Remember that to concede is to yield, give up, or give away something that you value. To compromise, by definition, is to accept something that is lower than is desirable. In any relationship, there will be those times where you say, ooh, I want to eat Mexican food. And the other person says, I want to eat Chinese food. And you're like, okay, well, go get Chinese food. This is not genuine compromise. The reason is because in that moment, you are not actually.
So she's not claiming to be Christian.
Valuable. You're not accepting something that is.
No, she basically in her own words, and she's careful to not do this, but she claims to be Christ. She just she just knows not to actually say that in her own very creative way. It's very
I find that really weird because the hardcore Christians will the Bible very much pushes that women are to be submissive. So this is she's the first to actually.
No. She's extremely feminist. Like she definitely has a very. You can tell if you look at her overall actions, you can tell that she is very anti-man. She does not respect men at all. She feels that men are her enemy.
I got that vibe straight off. Yeah.
Desirable, and so you are not going to feel pain. The reason you're not going to feel pain is because in that moment, you've genuinely decided that what's more important to you is that the other person feels good, or what's more important is that you're really hungry. It doesn't really matter.
Now, mind you, she is she's an expert on relationships, right? According to her. But again, keep in mind, she's never had a functional relationship. Not once, ever. You know, and she's actually vocal about it. She's admitted this. I'm not saying this because I've heard rumors or anything like that. I'm talking about from her own mouth in the documentary, The Deep End. She says, I've had 15 relationships since my boyfriend, Blake, right? And Blake decides to move on from her and get married to someone from Germany, right? But she is you know, so here she is as an expert on relationships, which I find very ironic.
What's your background in production?
None. I have none. You know,
None.
other than
Okay. Have you I think there's someone else behind this. Just based on this camera angle right here.
yeah. No, she has a team.
If she was doing
she has over 1 million subscribers. So she has a manager and she has a team of people. So this production here, trust me, she has people that are worshiping her like, oh my God, you are the truth of everything. You know what I mean?
This
So
is actually a trick that we learned at church when we were doing the interviews with people for between music and sermon and all that kind of stuff. We'd do little video interviews with people, and this is one of the tricks that we learned. That side view kind of gives the outsider looking in on a conversation rather than actually being a part of the conversation.
It humanitizes her, for lack of a
Yeah.
better term. I don't even know if that's a word, but you know what I mean by
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm meaning. Yeah.
Right.
So just the angle itself there tells me that
when I'm talking about basic
there's someone that knows what they're doing.
Compromise.
And she's gorgeous.
When we
I mean,
build the
look at
foundation
her.
of our relationships
You know,
on compromise, we believe in compromise relative to the big things, the things where we really are giving up something valuable, the places where we are really conceding in a way that causes us to feel resentment or pain. But the problem here is that
this is scary. She genuinely believes this.
She does. Yeah.
You're not actually going to register it as a bad thing because you're going to register it as
I'm not seeing any cuts. She's able to just spew it out.
For your sake, you're going to feel loved
because she believes that every word that comes out of her mouth is the truth. You know what I mean? So that's what she's selling on. She's like, this is me. This is absolutely everything that I say is the truth.
Is there anything of her story before this?
Oh yeah. I'm already starting on a whole different level. I'm starting a whole review on her. And I already did the first installment about this, and I explained her background. I'll
have to definitely jump in with you because this is fascinating. I would love to try it. Like, if you haven't guessed, I've worked with body language experts before, and that's why I can read it so well. And reading this, I don't know whether she genuinely believes it, and she's the base of this, or it is that someone else has seen her and gone, okay, you're perfect. We can manipulate you to be the face of this, and push her to memorize it, and she's just spewing out lines that she's being given.
No, she's not. She's in full control of all of this. Nobody's giving her lines. She's the mastermind of all of this, all of it. I would encourage you to watch it, just like any of my other viewers. Watch.
Yep.
If you have Hulu, watch a documentary series called The Deep End. It's all about her, right? It's called The Deep End. 4 episodes. It's only 4 episodes. It's a 4-episode miniseries documentary, and you see her behind the scenes. She is an absolute narcissistic control freak. Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out.
There's no denying this. And she even this is how I'm actually I'm kind of setting up my content this way, because I'm encouraging my viewers to watch the miniseries, but I'm going episode by episode. And the reason why I'm going episode by episode is because each episode she releases a video to contrast that episode, right? They're like they made me out to look like this, and this is how it really is, but they made me out to look this way, and blah blah blah. But if she was so enlightened, right? If she's this enlightened figure that she is making herself out to be, why does she give a shit? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, why is she so concerned? Why is she so self-conscious? Makes no sense. You know? So that's my fascination with her. A lot
Yeah,
of people,
definitely.
I mean, you dude, if you type into YouTube search Teal Swan, you'll see licensed psychiatrists and mental health specialists that will break down her shit and go she's dangerous because she is actually almost borderline encouraging suicide. She's bad news.
Yeah.
And she actually wants to purchase a country. Her plan is to make enough money to purchase a country so that she can indoctrinate her point of view
Oh God.
into that society and create a society so that that society spreads to other countries. She wants to rule the world. Like, she's angry as fuck. Like, it's really, really mind-blowing. And here she is talking about relationships. Now, hold on. Let me real quick. I want to see if the court is back on yet.
Sorry, you've got me really fascinated with it now.
I know. But I promise we're gonna have other content going on as far as that goes.
Once I start digging, I don't stop till I find China.
Don't advertise on Google Ads or Facebook before blocking click fraud with Pixies.
Give me a second
Not a
here.
fun fact.
I promise I won't.
Oh, we're still okay. We're still. Let me I'm gonna leave that and I'm gonna open another window and we'll talk about Teal Swan in the meantime.
Yeah.
Because it's yeah, like I said, she's talking about compromise or compatibility. The point that she's making is compromise or compatibility in relationships. But you know, I'm just not seeing where she has any basis to say this because she's had 15 failed relationships. She's single now.
Yeah.
And she feels alone.
Conflict averse. They will give in and expect others to give in.
I've
like
only
this.
had 2 failed relationships, and I wouldn't
Putting
even
the
go there.
relationship on the foundation of around the belief in
And
compromise, you believe that while it's great to have
every
compatibility,
relationship that I've ever
love
had
and
has failed.
willpower
I haven't had
make
15
most
of them,
relationships work.
but every relationship
This
that
means
I've had
when it
has
comes to the
failed.
big things,
But
such
I'm
as
not
what other people might
acting
consider
like I'm an
serious
expert on
incompatibilities.
relationships either.
You
You know what I
truly
mean?
believe that if a person loves you,
That's it,
in
yeah.
order for them to be right and good, they must give in to some degree and take a little pain for the sake of the relationship and for the sake of your happiness. And you expect the same thing from yourself as well in reverse.
So she speaks
There's a lot of give and take in your relationships.
She'll tell you what
You
you
may
already
believe in meeting other
know,
people
but
halfway.
never give you
And you
a
genuinely
solution.
believe that compromise is
Ever.
necessary for a healthy partnership,
It's all just common
rather than
sense.
having your own singular happiness at heart. You believe in mutual sacrifice. Compatibility, on the other hand, is when 2 things can exist in a state of harmony. They can be in the same space and not cause each other pain. In fact, they can enhance each other's well-being as they are.
So she did basic high school science.
When 2 things cannot coexist without that coexistence in the way that it is happening, being a detriment to either or both of them. I want you to remember that compatibility is not about sameness. That's a mistake that a lot of people make. Sameness could imply compatibility, but it could just as easily imply incompatibility. Compatibility, at its foundation, is about this philosophy of finding the right arrangement for the people in your life or putting them in the right place in your life according to their personal boundaries. Now remember that personal boundaries are whatever defines that person. Things like feelings, needs, desires, personality, behavior,
Like, we all know
personal
this.
truth.
We already
etc.
know this.
Yeah,
The
it's all
code
just
breaker
basic common sense so far.
normalizes meaning your
Right.
personal truth, your personal needs, your personal desires, your personality, your behaviors, your personal truth. Given those two things, those two boundaries, shall we call it, or definitions of self, how do we arrange these two things? In what relationship do we put them to each other so that it is a harmonious one instead of a detrimental one? Compatibility is about
I'm
agreement
listening.
and alignment being reached by finding a win-win scenario for both parties, where neither must give something of value away.
What was her
in
background
exchange for the
previous?
other's sake. When you believe in
None. She has
compatibility,
no
you
professional
don't
background at
believe in
all.
giving anything away that would result in yourself feeling pain or feeling resentment for anyone else. What this essentially means is you don't
She
believe
must
in
have
mutual
gone through a lot
sacrifice.
of counseling
You
then.
don't believe that balance in a relationship
She
is about
did,
meeting
and
halfway.
she's
Instead,
been
you believe that loving
diagnosed.
someone means making sure they are not
Let
in
me
pain.
do
And
this
then loving you
real
means
quick,
making sure.
because she's just talking shit.
Yeah.
She's been diagnosed with every possible personality disorder there is. Think about that for a second. This is a fact. She's been diagnosed with every possible personality disorder there is. And when you see that documentary called The Deep End, it shows. It shows. Because it shows her behind the scenes. It's not how she claims that it's twisted to portray her a certain way. It's her words coming out of her mouth and her interactions with the people that she claims are her followers. It's very, very narcissistic. It's very fucked up.
Because what she's doing with her hands is is a specific therapy technique that I've seen used before, and it's used to distract the person, so then they're not paying as much attention to the words that are coming in, so then they're less likely to go, see, because we're focusing more on what she's saying rather than her hands, we're actually hearing what she's saying and going, yeah, this is common sense, we all know this, or it's a load of shit. But someone who's actually sitting there and focusing on what they're watching and see the hands moving, it gets distracting and the words seem to slip through.
Right. And you're also just fascinated by her beauty. You know, you're distracted by that. You know what I mean? So
true. So is most of her that's a no given. Being her message is very feminist, most of her following is going to be feminist women.
Yeah, or just fucking weak-minded cuck men. You know what I mean? Yeah. So and she thrives on this. Like, her whole demographic are codependent, pathetic people. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to insult those people. It's just that, you know what I mean? Like, have some faith in yourself. These are people that have no faith in themselves, who are borderline suicidal, who have no self-confidence whatsoever. And she focuses and targets those people and takes all their money.
It'll either be submissive men or feminist women.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolute disaster in all kinds of relationships. I mean, disaster between two partners, disaster between two siblings or two other family members, disaster between colleagues, disaster between friends. It's a disaster in any dynamic that you look at. And this is where this gets kind of funny. And by funny, I mean like funny, not so funny. When two people are basing their relationships on these two different paradigms, they end up in a very repetitive pattern, meaning that no matter what situation it is that you're looking at, if two people are basing their foundations of their relationships in these two different paradigms, the way that they feel will look the same. Here's how it's going to look. one person is going to feel like
She
they're in
has
a
a
relationship with
teleprompter.
someone who only cares about themselves.
Totally.
Because
Yeah,
that
yeah,
person
yeah.
expects them to
I can see
And
the
express
most
reflection in her
most
eyes.
most
maintain
successful
and
YouTubers
oppose their own
do.
best
You know what I
interests
mean?
for
Like
their
most
sake.
Yeah.
successful
And the
YouTubers
other person
already have their
will
shit
feel
written
like they are
out.
in a
You
relationship
know,
with someone who only cares about
I was going to say
themselves
it's very
because they
well
are totally
rehearsed
unwilling
because
to meet them
of the very
halfway
low
or
blink rate and that.
concede
But then
and
I
let
saw
them
the
have it their
reflection in her
way and
eyes.
are willing to end the relationship instead of give a little. For the sake of enhancing your understanding around this, I'm going to give you a concrete example. Tom and Melissa have been dating for 3 months, but they have
oh God.
decided to make this relationship a committed one. The problem is that Melissa and Tom both base the foundations of their relationships in these two different paradigms. Melissa bases her relationship in compromise, and Tom bases it in compatibility, and thus there is trouble in paradise.
So the dude is the
Melissa and
bad
Tom are
guy
having issues
automatically,
because
right
Tom is a
there. She
flirt
just
with a
sets the
very rude
basis that the
socialite.
guy is the bad guy,
At every
I
opportunity,
could have
See
told you
that?
that
friends
before
and
she
offend
even
social
said it.
events. When
right?
he enters the room, he
You
is
see
the
that?
center of attention, and he's smiling and laughing and chatting everyone up. He's in full-blown entertainment mode. Melissa,
As soon as she said her and
the
her
woman's
reaction with her mouth,
intention,
yeah,
the woman's intention automatically is compromise,
yeah.
right? Automatically. But the other dude, he's aloof. He doesn't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like the guy
Yeah.
is aloof. He doesn't give a fuck, right? He doesn't give a shit. He's not capable of compromise.
Melissa feels she may as well not even exist. Melissa is much more introverted. She wants a partner that wants to be with her one-on-one.
She might as well
She
not
doesn't
even
want Tom
exist,
to look at,
right?
much less talk to any other women. She is happiest when Tom is with her at her home with her dog and just having quiet, intimate time together. Because of
Man,
this,
I
the
can read
resentment and
her easier
frustration
than a book, and I'm
between
dyslexic.
is
That's what
growing.
I'm saying, dude. I
Tom
love
sees
you, dude.
this as a very serious incompatibility.
Me and you are eye to
so he's
eye.
been doing his very best to come up with a win-win. He's suggested things like this: having 2 days a week where he is with Melissa at home, because after all, he would actually like to do that. Any more than that, though, and he would start to resent
And
her,
all
so he
she's
doesn't want
doing
to
right
do
now
that.
is projecting her own personal
She said no
shit.
to that. He's thought about buying her an e-course.
I don't think she is. She's making this up.
He's thought about every possibility he can to make her experience when she's
Maybe
out
I'm giving her too
socializing
much
with
credit.
him more of a positive experience for her. Of course, it hasn't been
This is
working.
made up.
He's gotten so desperate that he even went to this place of maybe we should have an open relationship.
I
Think
still
about
feel
it.
You
like
can have a guy
I
who's
feel
really
like I
introverted
still
What
to you
feel
guy
like
and
she's
is
spend
going
time
to,
with you at
or
home,
what
so
couple
we can still
is
be in a
going to go
romantic sexual
into
relationship and
a
be benefiting from
serious
each other,
relationship,
but
as she claimed at
I
the
won't have to
start,
be home with you and you won't have to
saying
be
we're
out with
only
me.
going to spend 2
Of
days a
course.
week together, and then turn around and go, maybe we should try an open relationship.
that's
It's
why
not
I
going
think
to
this is
happen.
coming. That's why I think this is coming from a personal experience for her. And she's just using her platform to lash out and overpower the person that she's in a relationship with currently when this video is being made. That's what I think is going on. I think that she's
I'm
just
getting the
using
vibes that she's trying to make it up and make the guy look worse than,
right.
you know, it sounds like something
Right.
out of a TV show.
But
It
that's
doesn't
why
sound
I feel
realistic.
that's why I think it's personal. See, that this is where you and I
Yeah.
disagree. You're saying she's just making this shit up and just willy-nilly just
Yeah, it sounds like a TV show.
blowing
It
smoke
doesn't
out of
sound
her ass.
realistic.
But it does. True, you're right. But I think that it's coming from a very personal, deep, ugly place in her heart. Totally.
I'll keep an eye on her body language and see what it tells.
Of course,
You'll
Melissa
see.
was like,
You'll see.
no, I would just leave you and be with the other guy then.
No,
So
you're
we're at a
right.
point
That
now
face there
where
tells it all.
Tom has decided
Right.
to tell Melissa, I'm really not sure that we're compatible at all. And
Now
I'm pretty sure we're
I'm
not meant to
checking
be
the
partners in a
trial.
romantic
They're
sense.
still on break, so
Tom feels like
Yeah,
Melissa wants him to
cool.
prove how much he loves her by choosing to give up what makes him happy for what makes her happy. The fact that she would feel pleasure as a result of him giving up something important to him makes Tom
I
distrustful.
wish we could get the camera footage from when they cut away.
She is emotionally dangerous. Melissa, on the other hand, cannot believe what she is hearing.
Yeah, that's
She's
personal.
convinced that she's
Her
waking
face there
up
says it all.
in a relationship
Totally.
with a narcissist.
You sold me.
After all, he's completely unflexible and totally unwilling to compromise. He's a my way or the highway kind of guy.
see?
By the way,
You see
she's
that?
totally convinced he's never going to be able to have a real relationship being this way. Melissa does not understand why it is so
Ah,
hard for Tom to
I
just
think
meet
what
in
it
the
is
middle.
this is what she
Her
thought
idea
she
is that
saw from
half
the
of the week
relationship.
she can
And
put
so
up
she
with him
attracts
going out
people
as long as
who
he
lack
doesn't flirt with
self-awareness
or talk to other women.
and
Yeah.
relate to
And
her, and they
the other half of the week,
ironically
he
they
can be home with
relate to
her.
her
To her,
body
this
language.
seems like
The way that you're
how to meet in
seeing
the
through
middle
her
and have a
body
great
language,
relationship.
she
Yeah.
attracts
One
people
that's
that relate to her
good.
body language.
You know
I
what
can
See what
see
I'm
the
saying?
makes
borderline
Melissa super
personality
curious
now.
is that, unlike
Totally.
Tom, she's made these kinds of concessions all along the course of their relationship. For example, she's left her dog at home.
Because if she was just a fucking, like, if she was just you know, a textbook person, right? Just somebody
Yeah.
who is just, putting out information, she wouldn't have the success that she has. She is relating to people that relate to her, her body language, the personal shit that's going on in her, she's exuding, and subconsciously the people that relate to that shit are subscribing to her. You know what I mean?
Oh, scary enough, they can be textbook and still have a following. Perfect example,
Right.
Trump. And that, or Amber Heard. Amber Heard is textbook borderline and narcissistic personality. And that
Totally.
I could, from the moment you started the video, I could see narcissistic in this one. But I was kind of wondering if or when borderline personality disorder would come in. That's where I finally saw it come in.
Yeah. No, everything. Yeah, everything about her is absolutely narcissistic. You'll, like I said, you have to watch that documentary.
Yeah,
And the
definitely.
fact
I'm
that
glad I'm seeing this before the
literally,
documentary, though, so I'm
and
reading it before getting the opinions.
yes, and every episode, because mind you, you had to wait when that documentary aired. You had to wait a week for each episode, right? So she had a reaction video to each episode, right?
Should I
So
watch the episode, then her reaction, or watch the episode straight
yes,
through?
watch the
Okay.
episode. Watch or I mean, you could do what I did. I don't know what to recommend to you, honestly.
You're thinking the same way as I do, so I'll go with whatever you would do.
I watched the documentary each episode as each week went on, right?
Okay.
I was in the same real time as she was when I watched them, right?
Okay.
But I did not watch her reactions until after all the episodes had already aired. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So
yeah.
So I just recently did a live stream where I went over her reaction to the first episode.
Okay.
Now I'm going to do a reaction stream, not today, or I mean, at least not right now. But I'm going to do each episode reaction. So I'm trying to encourage my audience to watch these live streams, or I'm sorry, each episode from on Hulu. I'm trying to encourage my audience to watch each episode and watch that documentary, and so that they get an idea of her reaction and where her feelings are coming from in those reactions.
Oh God, can you imagine if she reacted to this?
Oh, I would love it. And she would never give me the satisfaction. I mean, she has a million subscribers.
Weirdly enough, they do though.
Right. So she would never
they'll
give
try
me the
and
satisfaction.
squash little channels like bugs. Yeah.
Right. She would never give me the satisfaction. And I would be more than satisfied if she did. And she knows it. And I am not ashamed to say that.
Activities, even though she hates doing that. She's made him food a bunch of times when she didn't really feel like it, just so that he could feel good. She didn't see her family on Christmas.
Notice that smile at the end of what she said there.
To her, this is feeling like a one-way relationship where the whole universe revolves around Tom and where everyone else is expected to concede, but he never will. On top of this, Melissa firmly believes that a good guy definitely doesn't talk to other women when they're at social gatherings, definitely does not flirt, and certainly doesn't ignore their girlfriend when they're out on the town. So she's completely convinced he needs to heal out of this behavior. Tom and Melissa are operating out of two completely different relationship paradigms. Tom actually,
and according to her, this is every
Melissa
relationship. There's no credibility. There's no credit to a person who
he
is
has put his faith in the idea that if she says yes to something,
loving their partner.
she actually feels good about it. So he doesn't need to do anything else.
So basically, according to her,
she's been in.
Yeah, according to her, every relationship is doomed.
If Tom did know this,
but you should listen to her. She's the
because it's not
relationship
actually
you
what he
should seek.
expects. And guess what? Because to Melissa, she's so convinced that it's obvious standard knowledge that the way to make a relationship work is compromise. She has no idea that Tom doesn't even believe in compromise. She has no idea that he's already made a decision, that he's going to walk through the world not giving up anything that's important to him, not making concessions when it's going to lead to pain.
This
And
all
so
she doesn't get that
personal.
she's the problem here.
Right.
If she knew that
It's
he did
all
not believe in
stinks
compromise,
personal.
she'd probably be rethinking their entire relationship. One thing is for certain, it is an absolute.
Did you notice when you freeze framed her body language as you freeze framed it? She was reaching.
Paradigm, and therefore are looking in two totally
that freeze frame alone tells you a lot.
Tom is looking for some arrangement where he can stay the way he is and she can be the way that she is and it's compatible. And Melissa is looking for a compromise. In conflicts that have their roots in this dynamic where one person is basing their relationship on this concept of compromise and the other is basing it on the concept of compatibility, oftentimes the person who is basing their relationships on compromise will come across more codependent, whereas the person who is basing their relationship on this foundation of compatibility will come across more narcissistic. That being said, it's really important to separate out these relational styles of codependency and narcissism, so we call it, from this relationship paradigm dynamic of basing your relationships on either compromise
the eye roll
or
there.
compatibility.
Right.
One of the big reasons for this need to separate these things out is because in these relationship dynamics, when they get really difficult, it can be quite easy to decide that somebody's being codependent or decide that somebody's being narcissistic, but it's really not that. It's that they're operating from this sort of belief pattern that they've
Notice she looks away whenever she says narcissistic.
Codependent or narcissistic.
Right. Yeah.
In other words, a person could very well fit into the pattern of being codependent in their relationship style or narcissistic
and codependent
in their relationship style and fit into either.
It's funny. She's self-aware, but runs from it.
But also a person could fit into neither.
She runs from the conclusion of her self-awareness.
If you're curious to learn what I think about compromise and compatibility in relationships, you might want to watch 2 of my videos. The first titled "Why You Should Never Make Compromises in a Relationship."
Give me more views on
the
the
second
other
titled
on the other
"Compatibility: A
videos.
Harsh Reality in Relationships." If it seems like you're in a relationship, especially a conflict, where somebody is basing their relationship on a totally different paradigm than you are, what's really important is to stop that conversation around the specifics of the conflict you are having and to switch your focus, attention, and conversation to the fact that you are coming at relationships from a completely different paradigm. One of you believes in compromise and the other doesn't, and so you are pulling in
Not
different
necessarily.
directions for a solution, thereby only enhancing the feeling of
Not necessarily.
on both sides. When this happens, it's time to examine and question your own relationship paradigms as well as the other person's, so as to consciously
I can see her
arrive at a
creating more
relationship
Amber
paradigm we can
Heards.
stand for.
Oh,
hopefully
yeah.
together.
She's totally Amber
It
Heard.
is so important to get into the same relationship paradigm with your partner.
She was just
If
never
you
married
don't
to
do
somebody
this,
like Johnny
all
Depp.
of your conversations, all of these conflicts.
That's because
are
the
going to
guys
end
were
up
smart enough to
fruitless.
run.
Because ultimately,
Right.
you have a totally different idea of
Every
what you're
time.
aiming for. You're looking for solutions in 2 drastically different
But-
decisions. And in fact,
But
you're
in
looking for the
her
opposite
in her
thing.
mind, they deserted her. You know what I mean? Like when you watch
That's the
this,
borderline personality disorder.
right? Yeah, they deserted
Yep.
her. They abandoned her. You know, it's really fascinating. They abandoned her. They deserted her. She has serious abandonment issues.
Yep.
And that's what's funny is that's, to me, that's okay. I have serious abandonment issues. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I'm not preaching to people on how to deal with relationships. Here she
Yeah.
is in that video right there, telling people how to deal with the relationships and understand how a relationship actually is. But she's putting it all in one nutshell of how relationships are. No, that's your perspective on relationships. And she won't give that
Yeah.
disclaimer. You know what I mean? That's your perspective on relationships, only your perspective. Whereas she will dismiss the idea that God knows how many people in her life actually have functional relationships. I know many people who have been married for a long time. I'm in my mid 40s, man. I know a lot of people who have been married for a long time, and they make the relationship work because they understand the concepts of sacrifice and compromise. Sure. But she's sitting there saying the woman wants compromise while the man does not. Get the fuck out of my
Yeah.
face with that. Get the fuck out of my face with that.
She's seeing her faults in her past relationships, and she's projecting that this is what she needs to have a successful relationship that will work for her. But
And that's
unfortunately, because of her borderline personality disorder, that's impossible. Well, not impossible. If she got treatment for it, it would be possible. But textbook borderline personality, they will, because my mum had it, they will do everything physically possible to push people away. So we would go to visit her at the nursing home, and she would sit there on her phone, and
you know how
we'd ask
difficult
her.
it is to actually diagnose somebody with borderline personality disorder. It's so difficult because those people know how to play the system. They know how
It
to
took
tell the
us 6
doctors what they
years.
want to hear. Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So for somebody to actually finally be diagnosed with that, like, you have to seriously have that shit. You know what I mean? You have to seriously have that shit for a mental health
The
professional
people
to
that can
diagnose you
diagnose
with
it are
that.
the ones that are closest to them.
Right.
We were able to tell instantly because we were the ones that were feeling it. We'd be there with her, and she'd push us away. But then when we were away, she would be ringing us up saying the nurses are abusing her, they're trying to drug her and all that kind of thing. So she would then make up stories, exaggerate stories to get us to come back. And then it
Right.
would be, once we get there, it's like, well, let's do something about it. Let's report it. And it would be, oh, don't worry, I don't want the retaliation in that. So it'd be, well, if you're not going to report it, we can't do anything about it. So then it would be, okay, we'll drop it. And then it would be,
Now, in all
then it
fairness,
would be, yeah. So it's just a vicious cycle.
right. And in all fairness, because I want to be fair to her, you only saw this one little snippet of her, right? You
Yeah.
haven't dove deep into understanding Teal Swan, but
yeah,
I'm of the opinion that if she was committed into a mental institution, she would be considered completely and totally fucking insane. If she's sitting there saying, and she would agree with this, I think she would be like, oh, well, yeah, I would be considered insane because nobody's ready for me and nobody's ready for what I have to say. But she would be sitting there saying, well, I have all the answers. But if I were a psychiatrist that had to diagnose her, I'd be like, well, what are the answers? And if I had $1 million to purchase the answer, she wouldn't be able to provide me with it. You know what I mean? Like, she would just talk and talk and talk, but I'd be like, what is the answer to life? Give me the answer. You have the answers. You claim to have the answer. What is the answer? She wouldn't be able to give you that answer. She would word salad and be like, oh, well, you're saying this because of this and blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, I'm still waiting. I'm still
Wouldn't
waiting.
it be fun to interview her?
she would rage quit. If I had her on this channel and I asked her these straight up questions, because first of all, she would avoid that because I know for a fact she knows that I'm going to ask her direct questions. You claim to have the fucking answers to life. What are the answers? And then I'm going to be like, no, you're not giving me the answer, because she's going to word salad and be like, you do this and you do that and blah, blah, blah. And she's going to sit there and try to diagnose me, even though she has no mental health profession background whatsoever. Right.
Yeah.
Like she would sit there. Like she actually shits on mental health experts. Says that none of them have the answer. No matter how many years of school you attended, she's going to sit there and say, you don't have the answers. I have the answers. But give me the answers. She really does have God complex. She's right. She's always going to avoid that question. Since you claim to have the answers, I want to hear them. I'm asking you a simple question. What is the answer to life? What is the key to life? And then she's going to word salad.
And then you'll get this standard answer. You're not ready for that answer.
Right. You're not worthy of it. You're questioning me as a source. And since you're questioning me as a source, then you're not worthy of the answer. That's what she'll give me. And in so many words. So that's why I find her fascinating.
How long has she been around for?
Oh, a few years. I just recently, like I said, I clicked on that thing on Hulu because I had nothing better to do. And then I was just like, maybe, what's funny is I looked at it and I was like, maybe they're being unfair and portraying her a certain way. And then I started watching her content and I was just like, no. Like, and even in that documentary, there's rules for the retreat. Let me see if I can actually find that, because I'm going to go over this, even though this is not officially a Teal Swan.
Sorry to sidetrack you.
No, it's good. No, I mean, we got nothing better to do. We're waiting for the court to resume.
I'm definitely keen to come back and look further into this with you. This is insane.
Okay, that's not right. Hold on. I mean, I okay, the law of attraction, the purpose of life. Let's see what this says.
Have you looked at that? I can't remember what it's called, 3M or something. The YouTube, not YouTube. The Instagram and TikTok dancers that they reckon are stuck in a cult. That are currently that the management is currently suing Without a Crystal Ball for defamation, for putting out there that they're stuck in a cult, saying that they all have to live in the house, they don't get fed, and
you're gonna love this.
Don't get clothes and all that kind of thing. And it's like, what the hell? Lucky with my YouTube channel that I'm working on starting up, I'm filming some episodes before I launch the channel and start it. But I'm going to deep dive into everything in the music industry and that. And one of the interviews is with the dancers from it. So it's kind of funny to ask them behind the scenes and find out that it's all a load of crap.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, it's usually all a load of crap. Like, look at this. Okay. So these are the terms and conditions. She has a retreat that takes place and she will invite certain people. This is the terms and conditions of the retreat right here. The terms and conditions outline the rules and regulations of registration and participation to Teal Swan's curveball retreats. By registering to a retreat and or workshop, you agree to the following. 1, if you pay the deposit, you are required to pay the remainder of the sum 3 weeks, 21 days before the start of the program. If you do not pay the remainder of the sum 21 days before the first of the workshop, your registration will be canceled and all the money you have paid will not be refunded. So it's all about money right off the bat. 2, the registration is not valid until the full payment is made. Therefore, if or when you book any flight, transportation, accommodation, or any other tickets, it is not the responsibility of Teal Eye LLC. Cancellation
That's
policy,
pretty
blah, blah, blah.
standard.
Let's just skip through all that bullshit because we already know.
Yep.
Okay.
What's their
hold on.
COVID? That'll be interesting to see what her thoughts are on that.
Oh, I'm sure that's just liability bullshit.
Okay, yep.
I'm trying to find because there was some shit and she probably took it offline because it was pointed out in the documentary. But
okay, yep, definitely then.
Let's see.
God bless Reddit. We'll be able to find everything there.
Because I don't want to be unfair, you know. I'm looking for because all this is just fuck.
That's someone else's take on it. Yeah, fair call.
Right. And I don't subscribe to that kind of shit. I make my own take on things. And I've already looked her up on Wikipedia. Yeah, I'm not finding
the problem with
anything.
Wikipedia is anyone can edit it.
Okay, so this is from her page. You have heard many spiritual teachers, including myself, talk again and again about allowing. The state of allowing is perhaps the highest spiritual state to exist in. But what does it mean to be allowing? To be in the state of allowing means to deliberately choose thoughts, words, and actions that allow your desires to manifest in your reality. Duh. In order for you to allow your desires to manifest, your thoughts, words, and actions must be line up with your desires. For example, you cannot desire money or simultaneously think that thought there isn't enough money and have money manifest in your experience, because the thought of money and the thought of there isn't enough money aren't a vibrational match. So basically this is, I mean, if you're not a fucking idiot, if you're not a fucking complete utter moron, you can see that this is her manipulation into making money because she is charging you money. So here she is talking about how money isn't important, right? Money's not important, but give me all your fucking money. The reason why I want you to give me all your money is because your money is not important to you. It's important to me, but not to you. That's basically what she's saying here.
She's literally copy and pasting that from practically every mega church and spiritual leader out there. The whole manifesting money and all that kind of thing. They all say the exact same thing.
Right. All she's talking about here is the universe and blah, blah, blah. But she wrote this whole thing saying, don't subject yourself to the concept of money, which means give me all your fucking money. Anytime, basically, this is a setup to, okay, once I ask you for money, money shouldn't mean anything to you at that point. So give it to me. uh, it's really, I mean, it's genius. I mean, look at
Said
this.
every cult leader in
Oh,
history.
she's a total gaslighter. Like, okay, the idea and action of shooting up heroin may feel like relief because it is an improvement from the feeling of powerlessness and fear, but it was still an action that was the result of powerlessness and fear, and so due to the law of attraction, only more powerlessness and fear can be the result of taking that action. On the other hand, if I was feeling afraid or powerless and I was to deliberately look for better and better feeling thought to think thoughts that in the thinking of them feel like relief. Jesus Christ, I can't believe people fall for this shit. I would eventually find myself thinking a thought that felt emotionally positive and empowering to me. Maybe the positive thought would cause me to suddenly feel the inspiration to go on a hike in nature, and maybe that action was inspired from a positive thought that felt like empowerment. I would yield positive results that would only lead to more empowerment.
Sadly, do you know how many people
You
do
know,
fall for that though?
there's this little part of me that admires her for being such a skilled scammer. You know what I mean? Like the street guy in me is just like, yo, you're good. You know what I mean? Like that street guy in me is totally doing that.
It's so easy to target people with like that though. Anyone that's got any health issues,
Right.
mental health issues, anyone with any
Dude, you know how
weakness that's not open to it, which is like 99.9% population of the world, would fall for that. I mean, that's why MLMs work. They target people's weaknesses and vulnerabilities.
dude, you know how easy this shit would be to me to fucking like I mean,
Yeah.
I could totally do what she's doing and I could do it better. I'm smarter than she is. I could totally do it better. I just refuse to fucking be that guy. You know what I mean? It's so fucking easy to sit there and be
She
like,
makes
you know
it
what?
way too obvious what she's doing.
But it's not, because there are her demographic is swarmed, flooded, infested.
Unfortunately, that's how weak and vulnerable the world is at the moment, though.
Right. It's infested with weak, codependent people. That's who she targets. And they're like, oh my God, she's talking about the universe. I think about the universe. Everybody fucking thinks about the universe, asshole. Everybody does. You know what I mean? Like, so you're sitting here and talking about the universe, and now that somebody is thinking the same thing that you are, and they happen to have a YouTube channel and they happen to have a website, they have the answers. Really? You know, dude, it's so easy. It's so easy that I could sit there and just be like, money is horrible. Buy my book. You know what I mean? Like, so easy. I mean, I would have to
You
write.
could see in just one of those sentences there, where she was talking about the heroin and that. That will come across to people that are on any kind of medications that
Right. The cliff notes
that you
on that
become
the
dependent
cliff
on.
notes on that excerpt, the cliff notes on that excerpt that I just fucking read was, don't spend your money on heroin, spend it on me. That was the cliff.
But it will also hit people that are on medications like antidepressants and pain medication stuff. And it'll be like, I don't need my doctor who studied God knows how many years to treat me. I don't need antidepressants. I just need to go and spend some time out in nature and give her all my money.
Right, but in her nature, in the nature that she provides, because I get her, you know, like if you watch the very first episode, within the first 5 minutes, Matt, within the first 5 minutes, somebody actually compares her to Jesus Christ. They're like, I don't understand why people don't look at her as Jesus. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, dude. Like, that's why I'm targeting her, and that's why I'm going to continue to.
This is going to be fun.
She is loads of content. She is just tons of content. I mean, because I'm going to break down her views on relationships. I'm going to break down her views on just general life and dealing with life, because she's absolutely clueless. She is the most angry person that I've ever seen. And she is sitting here talking about the key to pain is to live in that pain, but that benefits her. If she's the source that's saying live in that pain, but come to me when you do it, well, then those people are going to be reliving the pain over and over again. And she's the treatment, not the cure. She's always going to be the treatment and not the cure, which means that they're always, every bit of money that comes into their bank account is going to go to her. Always. Just like a televangelist, any other televangelist, any other one. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
So she has all the books and audio CDs and God knows what else to go with it.
Totally. Yeah. And I'm going to spend as much of my time to make fun of the people, not even her. I'm going to make fun of the people who follow her. Those are the people I'm targeting. Like, you're all fucking idiots. All of you are idiots for giving her money. And she's going to hate me for that. And I'm going to enjoy that.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah, it is going to be fun.
I can't wait to pick this one apart.
I've been planning this for a few weeks. So yeah, she's my new, if you watch my past content, like, there are smaller YouTube creators that I've targeted doing the same thing, but fuck that. I want the big fish. Like, people like that are, are they dangerous? Yeah, sure, they're dangerous, but
Absolutely.
I'm not going to focus on how dangerous they are. I'm going to focus on how stupid the people are who follow them.
Yeah. Well, pointing out how dangerous she is isn't going to do anything. The only way that you're going to reach the people that are falling for it is to show them how crazy they are for falling for it.
Right. And it's almost futile, I'll reach a few people, but the majority, their minds are set, their minds are made up.
Yeah, deprogramming people that are already is
I'm a realist.
not going to happen.
I don't think that's going to happen, but
the only way that that's going to happen is if somehow the government grows some balls and take her down.
Yeah, but I don't want that to happen either. What's really ironic is that I encourage her freedom of speech, that she gets to do that, and I will defend it. I will just rather use my freedom of speech to educate people as much as I can. And if they choose to listen, great. If they don't, whatever. Keep giving her, that fucking idiot, your money. Keep being a bigger idiot than her and giving her your money. Whatever.
Oh, she's bound to slip up and break the law at some point.
But the information is there. Like, I'm going to provide the information. The information is there. If you choose to continue to give this asshole money, that's on you.
Yeah.
Like, I will corner you with accountability. That's what I will do. That's my plan.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see where she slips up.
She won't. She knows.
She absolutely has to. They all do. I mean, heck, even Waco slipped up.
Well, right.
They all slip up at some point.
If you're giving her that kind of credit, okay, yeah, I can see that. But I mean, it's a question of, what I think would happen. Worst case scenario, what I think realistically might happen is, a situation will happen with a domestic partner, and then she'll lose her shit and she'll beat somebody. You know what I mean? And then she'll get arrested. And then there'll be a police record where she got arrested because she beat somebody, because she lost her shit, because she's that angry. And I do believe she's that angry. And I do believe that that's just a matter of time. It's just a question of, will the cops be called on her? Do I think that she is perfectly capable, if not already guilty, of beating a domestic partner? Totally. I totally believe that. But Has there ever been a police report filed? No, not yet, but there will be.
But if she's got that big of a
At some
team
point.
around her, a team's only as good as the weakest link. So even if she personally doesn't slip up, someone else will.
Right.
And that. So the bigger she grows, and that I'm looking at it more as not only her but the whole operation. And they're only as strong as their weakest link. So, I mean, Hillsong, they've been going for like 30 plus years. And it's only now being exposed for what happened 20, 30 years ago. So it took them going global to slip up and for the information to come out.
Right.
And it got to the point because it's only her. If she's putting herself out there as a god, as Christ-like, and it's only her, and it keeps growing and growing and growing, she can only give so much of herself.
I
Before
think that
people,
she is. I think that she is anti-religious, and she's trying to make herself out to be the person that has all the answers, but in human form. I don't think that she's trying to say, "Well, I'm God."
and that's
She's
what's
trying.
going to be her
She's
falling
trying to.
point.
She's trying to use the fact that she thinks that she's God. She has a God complex, but I think that she is anti-religious. So she won't word it like that. She'll say that I'm the human being that was put here, that I was born to say this is how it is, and you have to follow. You know what I mean?
But it will get to the point where the demand is more than what her team can supply, and people will then start to see.
It's already
how
getting to that point. Yeah, it's already
yeah.
getting to that point.
So
Like watch
I mean
the
that's how mega
documentary.
churches fall down too. It
Yeah,
gets to the
she has
point where they get
she
so
had
big
two.
that people don't feel like they belong. It feels more like you're going for a concert than church, and that.
Right.
So it's only a matter of time where she'll get to the point where it'll be, as you said, it's already getting there, where people are going and then going feeling that I paid all this money out and I'm not getting anything out of it other than
Some
what she's
people
putting on
already
YouTube for free.
some people are already doing that. Like you'll see testimony when you watch that documentary in its
Yeah.
entirety. Some people are already like, dude, like
So it's already on its way down.
I invested so much into this woman, and then I'm just seeing like her shit wasn't making sense. And the way that they found it out was it's ironic because the way that they found this out was, well, I led my life in the way that she told me to lead my life. And then when it didn't pan out the way that she said that it was, I started to pay attention to another side of this whole thing. I started to look at, the other side of the coin of what she was saying. And then I'm just like, okay, I see right through her. She's just some asshole with an opinion, with her own problems.
And eventually that message then spreads through everyone involved like wildfire to the point where they'll only have the hardcore sucked in followers.
Yeah. It's just fascinating.
Absolutely.
My fascination is the following, not her. I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, she's just some insecure asshole. You know what I mean? No different than myself. I'm an insecure asshole. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to pretend that I'm not. She's an insecure asshole who's trying to pretend that she is the answer to life, and it's like, no. Calm down.
Yeah, no,
and
she
and
can't
so
even be the answer to her own relationships. She's got nothing.
right, you can't look at her as some sort of threat. It's the question is the target would be the people that follow her, and it's like, okay, I want to help the people that she claims to want to help. I want to help you to fucking just realize that you don't really need anybody, man. You know, you just fucking do your own thing, man. You're all right. You're all right. You're not that bad. I promise you're not that bad. It's okay.
That's it.
It's
I've done all
okay.
right by myself for the last 10 years.
Right. It's okay to be insecure. It's okay to be codependent to a certain degree. You know, it's okay. You're not a bad person, and you're not, your life is not worth ending. You know, you just got to figure out your own fucking path. That's all
It
it
actually
is.
took me forever to learn that it's good to be dependent.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's okay to have relationships with other people to where you depend on them. And you know what? The reason why, in my opinion, that it's okay to do that is so that your heart gets broken and you learn to be independent. And when you truly learn to be independent, you can invest in someone else and still be protected while still investing in them. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. The way that I worded that, I don't know if
Absolutely.
that
I
made
also
sense.
see it from the other side of the coin, where I was the one who I had the savior complex, where I was the one that had to do everything for everyone. So even after I broke my legs, no matter what people asked of me, I would say yes, even though it would put me in sheer agony. And that's why I went downhill so badly. And it's now at the point where, you know, I need to finally learn to ask people for help.
Right.
But I did that because that was my coping mechanism. If I was helping others, I didn't have to worry about my own problems. So I was the other side of the coin. I had to learn to be codependent.
Yeah, you were put in a physical position to where you had to depend on other people.
Yeah.
But let
But
me
even
ask you
emotionally,
let me ask you a really personal question. Okay.
go for
So
it.
since you were at one point you were totally physically helpless, right?
Yep.
It's fair to say, right? You were physically
Yep.
helpless and you needed other people.
Yep.
Would you not agree that the most beneficial people that you were codependent on, right? Would you not agree that those people, the most beneficial people in your life, were the ones that were teaching you to be independent? Like the difference between people who made you feel dependent on them versus the people that were trying to teach you, hey, you got to do what you got to do. You're going to be okay. This is what you got to do, but I'm not always going to be there, right?
Majority of the time, I would say yes. But the person that comes to mind that I would say no is actually the person I'm closest to.
Right. Okay.
I depend on him as much as he depends on me.
Right.
And that, so I wouldn't survive without him, and it's still the case now. Just like he wouldn't survive without me.
But do you personally feel that it's more beneficial to you to have someone in your life that would try to encourage you to be as independent as possible?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we're in agreement.
Majority
All
of
right.
my friends, my doctor and that are all like that. They're like, I've been to physical therapists that have said, oh, you really should be using a walking frame. And my doctor will turn around and go, what the hell for? You're only 40. While you can walk, use them.
Fucking walk. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like if you can walk. Why wouldn't
Yeah.
you? You know what I mean? The whole point is that, you know, whether or not you can walk or not. So if somebody is telling you and they're educated enough to encourage you properly, like, why the fuck wouldn't you walk if you can walk?
Exactly.
Walk.
Why use a walking frame that's going to damage your back and hold you back and slow
Right.
you down? No, suck it up, buttercup, and walk. You know, the
Yeah,
exercise
it's
is
gonna
going to do
be
you a world of good.
it's going to be painful, but what's more important to you? Living life without pain, which is not an option. I would imagine that you're never going to be without pain, no matter what
That's it.
happens. Even if
Yeah.
even if your legs are elevated in a bed, I would imagine that you would still be in pain, even if you laid in bed
Physically,
all fucking day, right?
exactly.
So
Never going to
what
be possible again.
do you want to be in bed all day, or do you want to be walking and
I want to be
functioning
out
in life?
enjoying myself. Yeah.
Right. Awesome. Yeah, exactly. So
So yeah,
who are the people in your lives that would encourage that versus laying in fucking bed all day and making you dependent on them? You know what I mean?
absolutely.
I love it. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Majority of them. Well, even the person who is as dependent on me as I am on them. They're the same. They're like, get up and do as much as you physically can and that, and I'll pick up the slack with the rest. So
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm here to help. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And what's funny is, like, I love this. I love this dynamic because look at how strong you are. Look at your strengths when it comes to, I mean, you could be laying in a bed right now doing jack shit physically.
well, I kind of
But-
am. It's 3:00 in the
but-
morning, but
Well, I mean, but that's fair. But here you are, like putting a lot of input into a situation because you've studied it and you've, and here we are. We've bonded on, no pun intended on your name. We've bonded on your, on just in intellectual interaction, more or less.
yeah, absolutely.
And chance had brought us to this.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking great, man. You know what I mean? Like, so you're not physically limited, you're not physically limited to what your intellect can provide for you and provide to me and provide to my chat and provide to a fucking YouTube channel that you could start your goddamn self. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
There's no limits. There's
Yeah.
no limits. It's pretty great. It's pretty great.
It is. How are we doing with the court? Are they even close to back yet?
I keep checking it. It's still the seal of the state of Florida.
What's the time over there? They said they will be back around 1:30ish.
It's 1:08, for fuck's sake.
Oh God! So we've got another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. I'm in Eastern time. Florida's in Eastern time. Yeah, so we still got another 22 minutes before they even. Yeah.
Hopefully, we're not boring you, chat.
Yeah, I mean, we bored some of the chat. They left. We had 50 people up. Now we only have 31, but that's okay. Maybe
they'll be back when court starts again, I hope.
Yeah, maybe we can.
Does anyone have any questions about the trial or the case?
It's a good question.
Before we get back into it. If I can answer it, I will.
Let's see. We have been together 13 years. Oh, okay. Judah, I don't know. Okay. Well, yeah. People are
1:08 a.m. Where are you, squirrel?
Well, Limey the squirrel is in England, so it's 6 p.m.
Okay,
there.
yep.
It's 6 p.m. there. I'm very grateful that I actually have people like you. You're literally on the other side of the world. Literally, you are. That's why they call you down under, because you're on the opposite side of the planet.
Well, being a musician and sound and lights tech, I'm used to working all night with, you know the life. It's you set up for the gig, rest whilst the gig's going, bump out, and then sleep during the day while you're traveling to the next venue. So the
Wow.
lifestyle probably hasn't worn off. So I'm still a night owl, which is good because it means I can then help you guys out with your YouTube channels over there. I helped Popcorn Planet with the Depp and Heard trial and that. So I love helping out other channels. So Scott
Right on.
Peterson, that name sounds familiar. Refresh my memory of the case.
Scott Peterson. Scott Peterson was found guilty of murdering his wife. Her torso and limbs.
Oh
were
yeah, yes.
found in
I remember
bags.
now.
Right.
And then they've redone the trial.
Well, yeah, he appealed, but nope.
Oh, so they've rejected it, have they?
Yeah.
I remember the original trial. My gut, based on what evidence they did have, he was guilty. But it was circumstantial, so it does surprise me. It does surprise me that he did get a appeal.
I'm because I am a big fan of due process, and because I am proud to be an American. I'm glad that he got the appeal, but yeah, dude did it.
Oh,
I mean,
now
the thing is, there was reasonable doubt. There was reasonable doubt. That's the thing, is the reason why I'm like, wait a minute, because I feel like he actually should have got off. Personally, I feel like he should have got off because reasonable doubt dictates. Because there was a burglary that took place literally across the street from their house in a residential neighborhood. Across the street from their house, there was a burglary that took place, right? And so, like, when she disappeared, so why that right there creates reasonable doubt. So don't tell me that reasonable doubt wasn't established. It was. It was absolutely.
If I was on the jury, I would have said not guilty.
Right.
But she's meaning the. Sorry, I'm assuming you're a she. She's meaning.
No. Limey the squirrel is a dude. He's a guy.
Sorry, Limey. Sorry, dude. Scott Peterson, the cop that didn't go in. So you're meaning the school officer. There's too many Scott Petersons out that have been around. As an Australian who doesn't deal with guns and all that kind of thing, I don't know what training he had, whether he was as trained as the other beat cops, as they would call them. But, I mean, would you run into a school with someone with an AR-15 already firing? I mean, it is his job, so he should have. But by himself, can you really? I mean, compared to Texas, where they waited an hour and whatever for all the whole squad to go in, a big difference. I have a bigger problem with Texas than Scott Peterson. But I mean, when I hear people say the only thing better than a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, you've got to think of cases like this where Nicholas Cruz, he went into the school, the gun was already loaded. He already had it out. He had the safety off. He was already pointing at where he wanted to shoot. All he had to do was pull the trigger. Who is going to be able to pull the gun out of their holster or wherever they've got it, make sure it's loaded, take the safety off, point and shoot before they've got several rounds in them?
Okay,
It's
but
just not going to happen.
my argument to that is how many lives would have been saved? Now, people would have died for sure because he went in there and shot people up and killed them, sure. But would as many people have died if a faculty member was armed and shot?
If they hit him.
And shot
Because
him?
you've got to remember, yesterday we heard from the teacher and the students that they said that the ones on when he first entered and started shooting, the ones on the ground floor knew that it was a gun, but their instant reaction was hide. And what's the chances that the teachers are going to be trained to react?
Would
The second floor and third floor didn't hear it.
the instant reaction to hide, would that have been the instant reaction had somebody been armed?
The teachers would have been more worried about getting the students hidden than pulling out their gun, I dare say.
How do you know?
I'm just assuming. I've never been trained. I've never even held a gun. I've never seen a real gun other than on the belt of a cop.
Now, I'm respecting your opinion. I don't agree with your opinion, but I'm respecting it.
No, that's great. It helps me to hear it from and that. But and that. So from someone who does know guns and that, is your average person trained and have the mindset to, if they hear a gunshot and that, to pull it out, but also keeping in mind.
Well, look at the mall shooting. Look at the mall shooting that just took place in Greenwood, Indiana, right? The police are even saying this was ended by a good Samaritan who was carrying a gun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion. I'm of the opinion that if more people were armed, there would be less likely the idea of now. And I'm not saying this is really funny. I'm not trying to argue the idea that gun control doesn't work in Australia, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that doesn't work. I'm saying the way that the country is here, the United States, right now, how it is right now.
Oh, absolutely. Trying to drop the number of guns when you've got so many, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. And so I'm saying that the solution currently, right now, for the next God knows how many years, whatever, I don't know. I don't know if it takes 1 year. I don't know if it takes a week. I don't know. What I'm saying is currently the best solution for this problem that's taking place in our country is more guns among good people, because cops are running away. The cops are running away from a gunman. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
That's what I was about to say. I'm like,
crazy.
You've got a whole. It took border security to come and deal with it.
Yeah. Okay. The court's back on. Actually, let's.
Oh.
Yeah.
And tell us what you remember happening during the fourth period on February the 14th.
It was a regular.
I love having you on my panel, by the way. I think you're great.
During almost the end of the period.
Thanks, man. I'm happy to join you anytime you want.
Sure when it was.
Yeah, man. We're gonna make a regular thing out of this as long as this shitty subject is a thing.
I was seated, I had to skip away. There was a metal
as long as you want to.
Yeah, the other one has. The other crazy one has me interested as well.
I went under a table.
Yeah, we're doing
While
this.
I was there under the table, I had to just wait, I guess. And a little bit later, I assumed there were shots coming from the other classroom. I saw bullet holes, but I later learned it was actually the second round of shots from the shooter. And then after me and my friend saw those shots, I went to the front of the desk where I saw William Olson. He had a little bit of blood on him, and from there was just waiting.
Okay, so you hear these sounds. You know where the sounds sounded like they were coming from?
Yes, from my door.
From what?
Now,
From the door.
an important thing to keep
And
in
did you
mind,
see any
guys,
shots come in the door?
is
No.
And when you said you
it
were,
doesn't
where
matter
were you
what
being
your
shot? Where were
standpoint
you shot?
is on gun control.
Like the right side of my stomach.
I'm sorry?
The right side
None
of
of
my
it matters
Okay.
right now.
And then you went and hid behind the
These are
table?
witnesses.
Is that what you
Like
said?
this kid right
Okay,
here,
and did
who
you,
cares what
see
he
anyone
thinks
else
on gun
shot?
control?
I saw
Doesn't
William
matter.
Olson.
He was there,
I'm sorry.
and
William Olson. Get
William
hurt.
Olson? Okay. And
none of it
I
matters.
hope you don't mind taking that off. It might put any pressure on you to take that. Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw William Olson. Did you see anyone else get shot?
Alex Schachter.
Alex Schachter. And where was Alex when you saw him?
We were in a group together, so basically diagonal from me on his desk. He instantly.
Okay. And anyone else?
No.
How many, did you see shots coming from the door?
No. My back was to the window most of the time.
Did there, so after those first shots came in, what happened after that?
So the first shots came in. I was able to. There was a table attached to the wall near the whiteboard. Me and a friend were underneath. We just waited until we saw shots, more shots there. There was like little bullet holes coming through the wall. At that time, I assumed it was from the other classroom, but later on, I learned it was actually since he came back and shot, and I moved towards the front of the teacher's desk at that point.
Okay.
Ouch,
And
that's
then
not going to go down
what
well.
happened after that? Did you hear anything else?
Shots kept getting further. They kept going upstairs.
Okay.
There was a lot of dust.
Okay. And then what happened?
After that, it was just waiting until the police came and helped us out.
And I know it's hard to remember. Do you remember how long it took before the police got there?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. Kashava, let me show you. Let me show you pictures.
Lucky the defense would have to be stupid to try and cross-question.
2W, 2U, 2D, and 2T. I ask you, Mr. Magaform, you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And who are they photographs of?
Me.
Okay. And where were they taken?
At a hospital.
Okay. Was this after the shooting?
Yes.
Did they illustrate where you were shot?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have them back? Your Honor, may I introduce these, please? Yourself, please.
Hey, listen, folks, I got to walk the dog. I'm leaving Matt Bond in charge of my channel right now. Like, Matt Bond, you are the host of this show right now, dude. I got to walk the dog.
I'll try to
bro.
do you proud, mate.
Yeah, this poor dog, she's got to go pee real bad. So I'm gonna walk her real quick.
No problem. I'll try keep an eye on comments and answer questions.
I'll be listening, so don't fuck my shit up. I'm just kidding. I know
I
you
won't.
won't. I know you won't. This is Matt Bond show now, guys.
I wonder if they're asking about the when he just said I heard after that it was him coming back because he didn't know that for a fact it was hearsay. But the defense would be absolutely out of their mind to try and cross-examine or object. I think it's paused on us. Sorry, guys, I don't have control over this. Thanks, Squirrel. I'm doing the takeover. Dang, if only I could unpause it. A walk sounds good right about now. Any questions until he comes back to unpause it for us? People I've met, as in the music industry. Oh man, the list goes on forever. International artists that you would know. I worked with Backstreet Boys, Westlife. I'd mentioned AC/DC, Usher, Britney Spears, Shakira, Ricky Martin. So, yeah, the list just goes on. I literally from leaving high school to when I did my legs a couple of years ago, that's all I did. So, does anyone here know the Florida area well? Do you think they're going to go for the death penalty, or do you think they're going to go for life? Oh, what's my thoughts about Ricky Martin stuff going on? From my experience with him personally, I'm questioning it, but working with someone and their personal life, two very different things. From the time I worked with him, I don't believe it. He was a very nice, genuine guy, but you just don't know. Hard to put yourself in their position, but if it was you in the parent's position, would you want death, or would you want him to suffer? Definitely single. Thanks, Grandmaster. I try. Um, the family that we have heard from, we've heard a lot from Jamie Gutenberg's dad, and he's very much pushing the gun regulations, and wanting, up until now, he's been saying he wants life in prison, There was I'm trying to think of her name. I'm hopeless with names, sorry. It will come to me. There was one girl's dad who was very clear he wants the death penalty, and that's why death penalty is on the table. If all the families agreed that they wanted life without parole, then the death penalty would have been taken off the table. So at least some of the family or victims have voiced that they do want death penalty on the table. Isn't whose choice, Jude? Nicholas has absolutely no say in it. It will come down to what the victims' families have told the prosecutors they want. Any more questions about the trial before he comes back and unpauses it for us? Does anyone think the defense is going to call any witnesses? Do you think they have any witnesses worth calling? Why did they try to get her taken off the case? They thought that she was too prejudiced in favor of the prosecution. Um, her her decision yesterday is kind of going to help with that call when it comes to appeal. If they get life without parole, then there's no point in appealing. But if he was to get the death penalty, it just instantly goes to appeal, and definitely the judge will get pulled into question for that. She made it very very easy on prosecution, extending deadlines and all that, but she was also equally lenient for the defense. Sounds like he's back.
I'm kind of back. I'm eating, so keep going.
You paused it, dude. Do you want to unpause the video for us? Spiffy.
My bad.
Oh, good. Gave us a chance to chat. I'm keen to see whether they unseal all the documents once it's all over. Not that I really want to see all the videos, but I'm sure most of it's available anyway. What I have seen of the Snapchat video and that, it's not something we want to see.
Yeah, I'm honestly not interested in seeing any of the footage from the actual. I mean, I know it was a massacre. I get it. You know what I mean? I don't need to see proof that it was a massacre. I've already seen enough proof that it was a massacre. I don't need to relive it over and over again. Unfortunately,
the security footage is interesting to watch, just to see how he moved around the building. But the Snapchat videos in the classrooms don't need to be seen.
27.
yeah. I mean, I think they're necessary for the jury, but they're not necessary for us.
I think with the description that we're going to get out of some of the witnesses, I don't think the video is necessary. The girl I was talking about earlier, that did an interview, who was saying that it was torture reliving it. She literally went into so much description. She was saying how they were combing brain matter out of her hair.
Jesus Christ. That's terrible.
As soon as the jury hear that, it's, yeah. So that's Fred Gutenberg there on the right playing with his watch.
Okay.
He's the most vocal of the parents.
States 15. Can you see that?
Yes.
That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And states 27. And is that your right arm?
Yes.
Okay. And states 28. Can you see it okay?
Yes.
High creative renewal.
My right arm is
Okay. And states number 29. What's that show?
everywhere I got hit.
Okay. And is this a close, Stacy exhibit 30? Is this a close up?
You're such a pretty girl.
Yes.
Okay. And did they accurately depict your injuries as they existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McPorn. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, so you're excused. State when you're ready to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Darrell
Oh,
Haas.
good. They didn't. They would be stupid to try and question, but I'm surprised they didn't on that one. I'm surprised they didn't query where he said he later heard that it was him firing back into the classroom. I wish they would get Nicholas to remove his mask.
I mean, you can't make them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they'd be doing it for their security as well.
And also, like, if somebody were to tell him, "Hey, you got to remove your mask," he's gonna, the defense is gonna say you're violating his rights.
Yeah. I think they'd be more worried about the COVID running rampant through the prisons.
I mean, but you know, they got Governor DeSantis. I don't think they give a shit about COVID. Like
True.
the defense probably told him to wear a mask just because it
So
helps
we
hide
can't read his
face
face.
and right. So you
Yeah.
can't really read his mannerisms more or less.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. You can be seated.
Robert Berg.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Dara Haas. My last name is Haas, H-A-S as in Sam, S as in Sam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Haas. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Good. So how are you employed?
I work for Broward County Schools,
Okay, and are you assigned to a specific school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Okay, and where is Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
It's in Parkland.
Okay, and how long have you worked at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
I started there in the fall of 2016 and I'm currently still there.
26 years?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I started in 2016.
Okay.
And I'm still there.
Okay.
Currently.
And were you in school or were you employed prior to 2016?
I was working at other schools within Broward County.
Okay. How long have you been a teacher?
About 15 years, I believe.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like she's a substitute, though.
English.
You know.
I'd like to call your attention to February.
She's been there since 2016. Well, I was going to say if she's been there since 2016. I don't know.
Well,
Yes.
no, she's been with Broward County Schools since 2016. Not that school. You know what I mean?
She said,
Yes, I was
didn't
in
you say she was with?
And 1216 is located where?
No, she said she was with Steve Douglas.
Correct.
Since 2016, but 17 years for the others.
Is located.
She's actually explaining it now. Let's.
I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. What were you teaching then?
Yes.
And what were you teaching?
English.
And were you assigned to a particular classroom?
Yes, I was in 1216.
And 1216 is located where?
In the 12 building at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
The 1200 building or the freshman building?
Correct.
Okay. And you were in 1216?
Correct.
And that was your classroom?
Yes.
How long prior to February the 14th, 2018, was that your classroom?
It had been my classroom that year and the previous year.
Okay.
Okay, she's not a substitute.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to call your attention to that date of February the 14th, 2018. You remember that day?
Yes.
What time did school start at Marjorie Stoneman, or did school start at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas back on February the 14th, 2018?
7:40.
Okay, and what time did classes end?
2:40.
All right, and fourth period, were you teaching fourth period?
Yes.
And what classroom?
And I was teaching fourth period in 1216.
Okay, and what time does your last period start?
I think it was 1:10. I'm not sure.
It's an hour and a half or 90-minute class?
Yes, it's 90 minutes.
Okay.
God damn, man. Fuck school.
English?
90 minutes for one class?
Specific English class?
It would be English 1
Okay.
with the freshmen.
Okay, all right. So during fourth period, Ms. Haas, tell us what happened.
So in the fourth period class, the students were working. They were working quietly on their assignment. And we heard the pop, 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 the sounds of the gunshots.
Yeah, that's because you're a fucking cuck, Robert Berg.
It happened quick. And my first instinct was it was a drill, so I went to shut the blinds, but the sound, it was so loud. I remember shaking and telling the students to go where they needed to go. It was a drill, and the students were screaming. Students were coming to my desk and screaming and shouting and coming over to any area they could. I turned around quickly, and that's
His
when I
flight is
saw,
now leaving. Make
that
sure
it was not a drill.
to know that Robert Berg is now leaving
One
the
of the
terminal.
students was injured. He didn't have time to make it out of his desk.
And who was that, Ms. Haas?
That was Alex Schachter.
Okay.
He got injured very quickly.
This poor lady, man.
It happened very fast in the classroom.
Teacher's worst nightmare.
I can't even imagine.
Quickly called.
It's hard enough having to live it, having to relive it in court across from the person who did it.
You know, to
This
call
would be enough to
911 that
turn
this
anyone off. Big
This
change.
was an emergency.
Yeah.
The sounds were loud, and they were just a lot of them. The room filled with smoke. It was hazy. The kids were doing their best they could to get to safety in a classroom that has nowhere to go. We just tried our best to follow the direction of the 911 that said to, stay quiet and to do our best.
And just hope
was on
you're
the
not going to
way.
get shot.
It was hazy, and you could smell the sulfur from the guns, and debris was flying across the room, and the students were crying, and so many students had been injured, and all of a sudden it was quiet. There had been so many gunshots and so many sounds, whether it was sounds in the hallway or shooting in the room.
I can't help it. Fuck this guy.
I didn't know.
Fuck this guy for putting these people through
all of
this
a sudden
shit.
it was quiet.
You know what I mean? Like, I can't help it.
A little yelling in the hall, and
totally agree.
There was punching
Infuriating.
at the window on my door, where it had shattered, but it didn't break.
And to be honest, this is why I lean more towards the make him suffer.
Dude, Matt, he planned this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he planned it.
I saw the emblem.
Like, I have no fucking
and I knew that
sympathy for this guy.
The team.
Yeah, that's why I lean towards the make him suffer. Because
well, he cashed his sympathy card in. You know what I mean? Like, I get that his adoptive parents died. I get that he was given up for adoption. I get all that shit. But you cashed that shit in when you did this. You know what I mean? You cashed it in. You're done. You have no more chips.
Elena Petty.
Fuck you.
Who? I'm sorry.
Elena
Like,
Petty.
Where was Elena?
he deserves whatever the fuck is coming
by
to
my
him.
desk.
Okay. How about Alyssa Alphabet?
And I'm not saying he deserves the death penalty. I don't know. But whatever the parents,
Classroom, and the police officer
feel he deserves it. Whatever is coming to him, he deserves it.
out of the
Fuck
building.
this
Absolutely.
guy.
And an officer.
But in saying that,
assisted me
the
to the sidewalk where
appeal
I was met
process
by
is really long anyway.
William
So
Olson, who
he's
was
going to,
covered
even if he gets death
in-
penalty, he's going to
in
suffer
blood, and I asked him if
having that
he was
coming.
injured, if it was his blood, and he was in shock and didn't know, and he thought he was injured. We took him to the EMT, but as soon as I got there with him,
This is
I
infuriating.
prepared to stay with him, but
Like,
some
she
of the
just went to work
coaches,
that day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She
got
wasn't
my-
in your class.
That's all she did
she
was go to
not in my
work.
class, but she had gotten my attention because she was so injured that she needed assistance as well, and I got her to the EMTs and helped other students, and the police then escorted me to the Holmberg
Okay.
corner.
Okay. And you mentioned Alex Schachter's, you saw him shot, and Elena Petty and Alyssa Alphabet. How about Kashava Magaporum? Was he in your class?
Yes, he was. I remember Kashava. He was in front of my desk, and I still remember his face because he was injured as well. And he was in there with there was Justin Colton, Justin Kashava, Genesis, I know William.
Genesis Valentin? Is that
Cor-
it?
Yes,
Okay.
she had been injured.
Did you mention William Olson?
William Olson, yes. And also Alex Stewart
Dorrit, okay.
had been injured as well in the
Okay.
hospital.
All right, so did you see the shots first come in your window?
No, it happened so fast.
Okay.
There was debris flying over, whether it was the
Okay.
shots or that, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did there come a time where more shots came in after, a short time afterwards?
Yes,
You know how much time between the first set of shots and the second set?
I don't, it just all seemed to happen so quick.
Okay. Let me show you, I've showed these photographs.
This poor woman, man.
I want to show you State's Exhibit Mark 2Y for identification. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, it's Alex Schachter.
Okay, it's Alex Schachter, and I'm going to show you 2Z.
Alyssa Alida.
And 3A.
And,
Alina Petty.
if any of you are dealing with these horrible feelings and you feel helpless, Cherry's leaving links in the chat.
Y for identification will be received as states.
Just please reach out.
States 2Z for identification will be received as states 33. And states 3A will be received as states 34.
You couldn't take the wrapper off of the cups. Like you couldn't just leave the wrapper off for the cups.
They normally give them bottles.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you got people wearing masks, you know what I mean? Like in this in the interest of COVID, you couldn't just like have bottles of water. Is that out of their budget?
They can afford all this tech that they don't know how to use.
Right. Exactly. None of them can figure out the fucking tech. Not even the kids. Not even the tech savvy kids.
No, we're not going to show them that. Okay.
Poor lady.
Defense counsel is aware of that, right? Yes. Okay, folks. Can y'all see it? That's Alex Schachter. Alyssa Alfadef. And Elena Petty. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
State when you're ready, make your next witness.
Thank you, Ron. Isabel Checker.
Did you see all the pre-trial appearances?
I did not.
There was one appearance where one of the defense attorneys was off sick. And so they asked for a recess till they were back, and the judge wasn't going to grant it. So the lawyer with the blonde hair, two from Nicholas, the female, not the one right next to him, the one after, that was the one that was there. She was actually going to quit on the spot. She said, "Fine, I quit." And the judge was not happening. I'll allow you to postpone.
It's crazy. I mean, this is traumatizing for everyone. Like literally everyone in that courtroom except the lawyers. The lawyers don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like the defense, the prosecution, none of them give a shit, honestly. but
I think the
literally
prosecution.
everyone else in that courtroom, like I think even the judge is affected by this.
I think
You
the
know?
prosecution is going to hit hard. Especially the lead prosecutor. I think that's why he's taking most of it. I dare say this is going to be his last case.
Yeah, I mean,
One,
yeah,
his age,
because
but two,
based on your comments yesterday and everything, Matt, you know, he's definitely showing signs. Like if I were to give him an excuse for his behavior or for his performance, I would say if I were to give him an excuse, mind you, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying if I were to give him an excuse for his performance, it would be emotion. You know,
he's had to watch this day in, day out for the last years.
Right.
And that, so for the
Now,
prosecution, this would be messing with them to no end.
and that's no excuse, obviously. He has to do his job. You know what I mean? But at the
Yeah.
same time, we're not talking about a regular trial here. We're talking about a trial that determines someone's death, whether they live or die. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is what this is about. This isn't whether or not he's guilty. We know he's guilty.
Okay, how are you?
I've
Yeah.
never seen this before. I have never watched a trial like this before, because we're not talking about whether or not he's guilty. We're talking about whether or not he lives or dies.
Okay.
That's
And
what
you
this
go to high
boils
school
down to.
somewhere?
Yes, I went to Marjorie's.
I don't think we'll ever see a trial like this again either, because
How many years did you go?
how
I
often
hope
do
not.
I went all 4 years.
I hope not.
how
So
often
what's
do the
your
shooters
retention?
ever
So Wednesday,
survive?
February
Right.
14th,
Right.
2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Do you
even
remember,
still, not
where
even a
you
mass
were during
shooters
fourth
incident.
period?
Like this
Yes,
is
I was
Florida.
in,
We've never
room
seen this happen
1213,
before.
Miss Seamus's
Yeah.
history of the Holocaust class.
Okay.
Whether it's a mass shooter incident or not, it's a question of like we've never seen when was the last time you saw a trial of whether or not somebody got the death penalty or not? On aired like this. Aired
Never.
like this.
Never.
Never to my recollection.
That must have sucked for this poor girl and the class.
Yeah.
For it to happen during a Holocaust class.
Okay.
And I love that they're
And
showing
you know how to work
the families,
Do
but I
just
hate it at the same
Yeah,
time.
just hit
You know?
color. What comes up?
I think most of them that are in the audience now are media.
Please. Okay, so that's 1214, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think that we
So
need
that's your
to
fourth
know.
period.
I don't think
And
we
Miss
need to
Seamus's class,
see
you said Holocaust history?
footage,
Okay, so during
you
the fourth
know,
period, Ms. Checkers, please tell us
the
what
video evidence or anything like that.
Okay,
I think
so,
what we need to
that
see are
day
the
we had been
parents
doing group
and the
presentations.
families.
So at the very beginning
I
of
think
class,
that's what we
were
need to see.
finishing those presentations
That's
up,
what's important.
and then afterwards,
Yeah.
we moved
And unfortunately,
into a
yesterday got
PPA
rid of
program
that.
called
The only
Eyewitness,
family that I've
where,
recognized is Jamie's
they take a
parents.
program where we read about
Well, they
I
can't.
haven't even
They,
seen
no, I mean,
Joaquin's parents there.
did they get rid of
we were
it?
talking
Because
about
I
the
don't. I
Olympics that
mean,
took place.
they have the right to
And
be
so we
there.
were in the
You know,
middle of doing work
even
on the
though they
computer
reacted
while also doing,
yesterday in court,
like
They
listening to
can't
the
block
did
electronic
them.
transmission
They
lessons,
legally
how to
can't
open
block
the
them.
transmission.
That's
It
what
would
I'm
be,
saying.
if
It's
anything,
like
it would be they don't want to be.
it's
I
absolutely
heard, like,
immoral
about
if
3
they
or
kept
4
them out of the
shots,
courtroom.
and
They have
Yeah.
to be
Well,
allowed.
it's
I immediately
illegal.
recognized what it
Yeah,
was,
they have a right.
and the
Yeah.
whole classroom kind of just went into like flight mode. We went into different corners of the classroom. So I went, I believe, with a couple of other students to the corner that's directly across from the door. But I
Do you
soon
think it'll get
realized
to the point where they'll
wasn't
put
direct with the window in the door.
bulletproof
So
walls in
I
the
moved
classrooms
to the
for the
corner
kids to
that's
run
away from
behind?
the door,
I would hope
which is
so.
where about,
You
I
know,
think,
I
half the
mean,
class
I
was,
don't want
whereas
the
the other
schools
half
to
of the
feel like a
class went to
prison,
the
but I would
area,
hope that they would
the
take any
corner
precautions
next to
that
the
they
door, which
can
was
to keep
behind
the
the
children
desk. It was like
safe
not
as
in
far
view
as
of the door.
technology goes.
And so
You know,
from
bulletproof
there,
walls, bulletproof glass,
at
sure.
some point when I got
Absolutely.
to the
I would
corner
hope so.
diagonal from the door, that's when I got behind the filing cabinet that a couple of students had moved. And I think sometime during my movement is when I was grazed twice. I'm not exactly sure when. And then from there, we just kind of hid behind the filing cabinet and waited. And I was around a couple of other students, 2 of which
I noticed, well, one of which I noticed was injured almost immediately, and
Who
another,
was that?
that was Samantha Fuentes. Her face was bleeding, and we were all kind of freaking out a little bit. And then afterwards, another student next to me that was like, because we were kind of squished in the area, was complaining about a pain in her back, and that was Daniela Menescal, and she ended up also being injured that day.
Who was that?
Daniela Menescal.
Okay.
I don't know how long the time passed, but during it, we were just kind of, I tried calling 911 at one point, but my call never went through. And then while we were waiting for what seemed like a really long time, but again, I don't really know how long it was. I think it was a lot shorter. That was when I looked over, like to the right of me, which was more where the corner was, since I was a little bit further from the corner.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Did you see how she jumps from that?
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. These kids, they're going to jump at...
4 years later, and she's
I
still
noticed that she had
jumpy.
passed away.
Yeah.
This poor lady.
And living through having to testify about it in front of the idiot
we
that
were
did
all
it.
just trying to calm each other down as other
Hey,
students were
can
realizing too.
you speak up? Can you say that one more
And
time?
eventually,
And having to
police came,
testify about it and
and
relive it in front of the dick flute that
they asked
did
us to
it.
put our hands up, and
It's
they
One more
me
time.
first, but I went to find
and she's
my
having to relive it in front of the
friend
dick
who was in
flute
the
who
corner
did
of the
it.
class where the desk was.
Yeah, your
Which
volume's
Amos's
fine,
desk,
dude.
she was
Hey,
on that side of the class.
if
And,
you think Matt's too loud, turn your fucking volume
when I
down.
got
Shut
up,
up.
that's also when I noticed the other student who had passed away in the class.
I try to stay as far away from my
Nah,
phone.
you're good, man. I just giving my chat shit. They're whining about technicalities
And
that
did you
don't
see
matter.
Samantha Grady?
Yeah.
I'm definitely not yelling or anything because
but
it's
I
like
didn't,
middle of the
you're-
night
I didn't
here.
see
Yeah,
her.
I
don't
promise
remember
you, you're
seeing her.
fine.
Okay, how about
Don't worry
Nicholas
about it.
Turek?
I just wanted to
Yes,
troll
I
my
saw
chat.
him when
I
the
like to do
police
that
asked
from
us
time
to
to
get
time.
up and put our hands up. I turned back, and that's when I saw him.
Okay, and you were wounded?
Yes, I was.
And where were you wounded?
I was grazed on my right foot and on my left arm.
I'm sorry.
My right foot and my left arm.
Okay. Your Honor, I want to show defense counsel.
This poor girl, man. Jesus. She's obviously struggling. Like, obviously.
Yeah. The trauma would be insane. I wouldn't want to go through it.
Like, what are they waiting for? What's going on right now? What did I miss?
There's a sidebar. Something about her injuries.
Oh, so now they have to verify her injury. Jesus, this poor girl has to relive this whole thing. Like,
Alea Eastman is the one that I was talking about that I saw the interview of that had to hide under the bodies and play dead.
Jesus, man, this is crazy.
They're having tech issues with the headsets.
Like I wish I had an account for, because I feel like the immediate assumption for what the overall opinion of this dude is, as far as the parents go, is yeah, put him to death, right? But I also feel like we've reached a point in our society to where that's even split amongst the families. You know, I feel like there are certain family members that are just like,
Yeah, that's what I've
I'm
been
just
seeing.
I'm just here for my kid, you know, I'm just here for my child, and whatever happens happens, and they're not necessarily wishing death on this guy. You know, I don't feel like that's unanimous amongst all the parents. Maybe it
No,
is,
it's
you
not.
know, but I don't feel like realistically it is. I feel like
No,
some of them are
from the
just very
interviews that I've seen, majority of the students that that weren't in the rooms that got out, like the ones from March for Our Lives and that, they're all saying that they don't want death penalty. They want him to suffer. The parents are pretty split on it.
yeah, you know, right, and they're just there to support the memory of their family members, you know. This is just
Meadow
crazy.
Pollock's dad, she was killed there. Her dad is pretty vocal about wanting the death penalty. The only reason why death penalty can be on the table is if multiple families wanted it. So there is definitely
Well,
some that
it
want it.
doesn't work that way. You know, it works in the sense that um I mean, he's clearly guilty of what he did, and so the law in Florida is whether or not a jury will decide whether or not he gets the death penalty. In most states, it's a judge. The judge does the sentencing. But when it
I
comes
thought I
to,
saw somewhere that in Florida, the prosecution will remove the option if the victim's family
oh,
request it.
maybe you might be right about that. You might be right about that. I don't know. I don't know.
I'll have to have a look into that, but there's tomorrow's stream, so I'll have a look during the day and get back to you on that.
Right, and it's really funny because it's a question of, you know, there's all these factors, because Limey the Squirrel is in chat saying, you know, let him suffer, you know, but I mean, I as an economically conservative person, you know, I say put him to death. I don't want my taxes to go to this guy getting three hots in a cot. Fuck him. You know what I mean? Put him down.
That's my foot.
The
We're not
more I
going to
hear
get
the stories of the victims, the more I'm thinking, get rid of him.
right.
And I think that's going to be the families as well.
And if the families unanimously are thinking like, well, you know, it's for God to decide or whatever, you know, if that's their way of thinking, then you know what, then whatever will be, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I don't think he's going to do easy time in prison. You know what I mean?
Oh no,
Like, I just
just to
don't.
look at him, he's going to get his butt kicked or something
Sure.
else.
No. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's a
A
male version of
broomstick
this.
comes to mind.
He's a male version of this person right here, except with homicidal tendencies. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
He's totally timid. I mean,
Oh, not anymore. Not in prison.
Yeah, no, a dude like that does not survive in a Florida prison, you know, for long. Like, he doesn't, you know. So whatever happens, happens. Like, I'm that guy, you know.
Yeah.
And I've talked about it, you know. I've talked about plenty of true crime cases where I'm very vocal about that. I'm just like, whatever happens, happens. You
Yeah.
know, I once they're convicted, as long as the families get justice, they get justice. And whatever the families feel justice is, good for them. You know, I hope that the families get it. That's what I want. You
Yeah.
know? But I also assess, like, will that person last in prison if they end up in prison? Probably not, you know. And if that happens, then so be it. Fuck them. You know what I mean? Like if his demise is, you know, the stars align to where his demise are getting a piano wire around his neck and shanked with a fucking, you know, a shaved bar of soap. Fuck them. Let it be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't care. I don't care. That's what the world and the universe has decided his fate to be. Fuck him.
I think we'll get a better idea at impact statements when people like this girl here, you know, the ones that actually survived the bullets, speak up.
That's you?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Absolutely.
And you said you were wounded in your
Yeah,
foot?
her testimony's really going to matter here.
Is that your right foot? Okay. And here's Stacy exhibit number 30.
Yes, that's my foot again.
Okay. And the other one I didn't mention is 39. Okay. And State's exhibit 37.
Let me address Cherry, because me and Cherry disagree on this a lot. You know, she's saying the death penalty is just legal murder. How does that make us any better than them? It's not a question of being better than them.
Yes.
I don't give a shit about being better. I really don't give a fuck about being better than them. I care about the families and how they feel is going to bring them the closest place to closure. I know you're going to say, oh, well, you know, it's not going to bring their children back. It's not going to bring their families back. I get that. But what's going to make them feel better? They're owed what makes them feel better. And if a fucking needle in that asshole's arm makes them feel better, I'm all for it. That's where I'm at. I'm not about being better than them. I'm not about being, fuck that. I don't give a shit about being better than them. I don't. Yeah, exactly. Blue Moon. Blue Moon says, I can't imagine sending my children or grandchildren to school and then not coming home. Yeah, imagine that shit. Before you sit there and go, oh, I don't know about the death penalty. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck all that. Like, whatever the fuck justice is what justice is. You know what I mean? Justice is justice. You might as well whine about a fucking praying mantis killing a fly. Fuck all that. I'm not going to whine about that, and I'm not going to fucking dwell on it, what's right and wrong. I don't care about that. That's not for me to decide.
If you would please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Daniela Menescal, Menescal.
Good afternoon, Ms. Menescal. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. So
you don't know what the fuck's going to bring them peace. What are you talking about?
I go to
You don't know
Parkland
what's going to
University.
bring them peace.
And what year are you?
You don't know.
I'm going to be a senior.
What do you know about what's going to bring that family
I went
peace?
to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas,
And when did you graduate?
2019.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th.
Panda doesn't like me yelling at you, by the way.
Remember that day?
Sorry.
Yep.
What year were you
I didn't
in?
mean to yell at you.
I was a junior.
You were a junior?
Yes.
And do you remember your fourth period on that day, on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and where was your fourth period?
It was in the 1200 building,
Okay, and what classroom?
1214.
And what class was it?
History of the Holocaust.
Okay, and who was teaching the class?
It was Ms. Seamus.
Okay, so did anything happen during the fourth period?
Yes.
Could you tell us what happened?
So after we were done with our class, we kind of finished our work. We were working on our computers, and It was around 2:20, 21. I was talking to my friend and we heard loud bangs. So my classmates and I kind of just spread to the room. Some of us went to one corner of the room. Some of us went to the other corner of the room, which was visible to from the door, from the window of the door. I chose to go to the corner of the room that was visible from the window. And so me and my classmates who were there, some of them moved a filing cabinet so we could protect ourselves. And at that point, I did not know what was happening. I thought it was a shooting drill, so I didn't really cover myself too much. I never looked to the door, but I was facing the door. And as I was talking to my friend, telling her, it's fine, this is probably just a drill, I felt a sharp pain in my back. So that made me move towards like the back of a TV that was in front of me. And so when I moved to that place, my friend besides me was kind of like touching my back. So that's when I looked down and I saw that my white pants were full of blood. And so I realized that it was probably not a drill. But since the pain came from behind me, I thought that they were shooting from the outside of the building, since it didn't make sense that I was facing the door and I got hurt in my back. So I kind of just stayed there, looking down. I wasn't really looking up. And yeah, so I did see many of my friends who were wounded, but I couldn't really see towards like the other corner of the room where my other classmates were. And yeah, so basically we waited there for about 15, I guess, 20 minutes. I'm not sure how long it was until the police came or the SWAT team came and they asked if they were injured in the classroom. And so they asked for the injured to walk out the classroom first. So when I stood up, that's when I like really saw that I was hurt in my leg. And because I saw like also that I had like a hole in my shirt, so I wasn't sure what it was, but I walked outside. They guided me through the classroom, and then as I walked outside, we walked over 2 bodies. I couldn't really see.
You notice that the defense has not cross-examined any of these people?
And yeah, so they took me to an ambulance after that, and I didn't have my phone in the classroom. It was in the back charging.
Grandmaster
so
Sixtofo, I don't know. I don't know.
Happening. So yeah, as soon as I got into the
I would assume so.
Gave me her phone to call my parents.
If his preservation of life is valued, yeah, I would think so, yeah.
To the hospital, okay. You said your friends were wounded. Who was wounded? Did you still on 12th or 14?
So I know Isabel Tucker was wounded. Samantha Fuentes was wounded, and Samantha Grady was wounded. And
like this dude's defense isn't doing shit at all. Has anybody noticed this yet? Like so far we're seeing witness after witness after witness, and not one fucking witness has been cross-examined by the defense. You're breaking up, Matt Bond. We can't understand you. You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah, your connection's real bad, dude.
Yes.
No, it's bad. Like we're not hearing you at all.
3K, 3H, and 3K.
Nah, man, you're bad. Yeah, it's too broken up. Yeah, you gotta fix your connection, get in a better Wi-Fi area or something. I don't know. Nah, it's no good.
Be received as states 40.
Nah, Grandmaster Sophos, don't.
J.
Matt carried this thing, man, while I was walking the dogs, man. Matt's awesome.
For identification will be received
Matt's
as
awesome.
40.
He's welcome on this panel anytime. Nah, he's doing good, man. He just I think he's just got a bad connection right now. But you guys got to be patient with Matt. He's extremely valuable.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 42. And who is that?
That's me.
That's you in the hospital.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 40. What's that show?
That's my left, my right leg
Okay.
wounded.
That's where you hit.
Yes.
Okay. And show you State's Exhibit 41. What's that show?
That is.
How's that, better?
My wound,
Much better.
My lower back.
Okay.
Excellent. I changed device.
Good.
Yeah, as I was saying, there was only one witness that I could see with an issue that they could question. The rest, they'd be absolutely out of their minds to try and question.
Right. So you're saying it would be just crazy to cross-examine any of these other witnesses?
Absolutely. If they were to question it, they would be like, "You're attacking the victim."
Right. So, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, what the fuck do they think they're gonna do here? You know what I mean? Like, is it?
Well,
I mean, what's
that's
the
what I
basis?
was asking while you're out. That's what I was asking everyone while you're out. What their thoughts, if there is anything defense can bring. The only thing I can think is if they brought people that knew him before this, they can vouch that he had mental health issues, psychs and medical professionals to say that it was mental health.
Well, we know all that. Like,
I know that.
What the fuck does the defense think they're gonna do here? Like, why are they not even like?
That's it.
You know what I mean?
They're praying for a red herring.
Is the whole basis of their defense like just to try to save a man's life? I guess, right?
That's it.
You know, like no logic behind why we should. Let's just fucking save a man's life.
I think this is the girl. I think this is the girl that I was talking about.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay, thank you. Go ahead and sit it. And if you would lean into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Samantha Grady, Grady.
No, it's not her.
Okay, Miss Grady.
I love her hair.
School?
Yes.
She has really pretty hair.
I go to Nova Southeastern University.
And what year are you in?
I am going into my senior year.
And what course of study are you pursuing?
I am a biology major.
Okay.
Pre-med.
Okay, did you go to the high school here in Broward County?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
And when did you graduate?
I graduated in 2019.
Okay.
Around May.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday.
You know, it's inspiring to see like the people that experience this situation and where they are now 4 years later and doing great things with their lives. You know what I mean?
My last class of the day was Holocaust.
Okay. And who
That's the best thing to come out of it.
Miss Seamus.
Who has to sit there knowing?
It's
He has
important
to sit there knowing the best he can hope for is spend the rest of his life rotting in a Square
No,
box.
I love that he has to face
Yes,
that
there
shit.
was-
Like, and he's probably not even thinking a word of it. But the fact
Yes,
is like
so
he's
we
sitting
were
there
doing the
having to face
1936
his
Olympics,
accusers, and his
and we
accusers
were,
have moved on
me and
to
my
do great
classmates,
things
we
with
were
their
told to do a
lives.
computer
They're on the
activity.
road to do
So
good
we sat
things with their
down, I sat
lives.
down,
You know what I mean?
Towards, I don't
Like
know
while he
where I
has to
was, but,
sit
I
there
sat
and his
down in the
life is
classroom
fucked,
doing that activity.
you didn't fuck their
with my
lives.
friends.
No matter what you tried to
we
do,
heard two,
these
well, I don't
people are
know
moving
the
on to
number,
do
but we
great things
heard
with themselves.
gunshots essentially while we were doing the activity. I didn't move initially because I was unsure of what I heard. I was unsure if there was any danger. But one of my friends, she indicated, she tapped my shoulder and said my name. And then that's when I knew it was serious, something that I should probably go and hide. And so I did.
Who tapped on your shoulder?
Her name was Helena Ramsey.
Okay.
Yes. She tapped my shoulder and said, Sam. And then I went to my left side of the classroom where there was a bookshelf. And there were, I believe, 2 filing cabinets that 2 of my classmates who were brave enough to push them out so we could try and hide behind them. And I tried to do so as well.
She's
but there were
relived this
people who
so
got there,
much.
I wasn't behind it directly, but I was trying to get
She's
as
a
close as I
soldier.
could. But I was leaning against the bookcase. One of my friend Helena, she said, grab a book, maybe it'll help. So we did. And then I thought it was stupid, so I kind of put it back down.
To do what?
Sorry.
Grab a book to do what?
We were in a very volatile situation, so we were just trying to protect ourselves. We were
That's
trying to,
so
yes, but
crazy.
you know, after a while, I'm like, it might put a target on me, so I just put it down back. And then we were there waiting for something to happen. I don't know when there was any gunshots entering the classroom, but there was, and I ended up being injured as a result of that. And yeah, so we were waiting. I did at one point call 911 to, you know, just explain the situation when it did get sort of quiet. And then I was on the phone with them. I explained that we were in either the freshman building or the 1214 building or the 1200 building. And they said, stay on the phone with me. And I did for a while until I heard the police come, or what we heard voices to my left in the hallway. And then we weren't sure if they were the police or not. We didn't know the situation at the time. But we waited until I seen the SWAT, or I seen black, and then I seen it was the police. In one way or another, they identified themselves, and then somehow they got into the classroom, and they said, who is injured? I raised my hand, and I was escorted out, and they told me to leave out, so then I left.
Where were you wounded?
I was wounded on my right side. There's 2 parts. So one was a ricochet into my chest, and the other one was a scrape in my back.
And did you
Oh
go to
my
the hospital
God.
to do all that?
I did.
Okay. And did you see anybody, any of your classmates wounded?
I did.
Who did you see wounded?
Samantha Fuentes.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody else?
I seen the victims.
Who was that?
I did see Helena Ramsey, and I also see Nick Dorrit.
Okay. And you went directly to the hospital after that?
When I was escorted outside, there was a few things that happened, but I ended up going to the ambulance, and then I went to the hospital, yes.
I want to show you Stacy exhibits.
No, Limey the Squirrel. Cherry is not welcome on this panel. Cherry sucks. She's a horrible person. Her point of view is ridiculously
Yes.
laughable, to say the least. And I'm being nice. I'm being nice. Cherry sucks. She's an idiot.
Yes.
Okay? She's not allowed on this panel.
3M. That shows the wound to your back?
Yes.
Okay. Did these photographs truly accurately depict the wounds that you received on February the 14th, 2018?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer these exhibits, please. Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if he's sleeping. Like, I wonder, like, him, like, holding his hand to his head like that. Does that make, I mean, is that his way of sleeping through court? You know? Does he give a shit about anything that's being said at all?
From the person that I saw the interview that's there in the court, she said no, he's definitely showing reactions to what they're saying. They could definitely tell he's medicated. They were really confused yesterday with the that he was wearing the thick sweater in the middle of July in Florida. So he's definitely not sleeping. I mean, there's no way his lawyers would allow him to close his eyes and doze off.
Right. Like, if I was his lawyer, I'd be nudging him.
Yeah, they'll be
But at the
both
same time,
on
if I
either
was his
side sitting there.
lawyer, if I was his lawyer and I wasn't really getting paid much, I'd be like, you know what? I don't give a fuck, man. Go to sleep. I don't give a shit if you die or not. You fucking murdered a bunch of people for no reason. Fuck you.
He's
But
probably doing a Johnny Depp and sitting there drawing.
Right. You get disbarred if you do that, but you know, still,
Yeah.
morally speaking, I'm just thinking like, yeah,
Okay,
fuck
Ms.
this guy.
Brady, showing you State's Exhibit 43. Could you describe for us what that shows?
That is me.
Based on pre-trial, I don't think they
And
put much effort
it
into
shows
his
my-
defense.
Okay.
No, I don't think that they really care much.
44.
Their best Hail Mary was yesterday for that mistrial. When that didn't happen, they're screwed.
Right. Yeah, and you can see the judge, like the judge was not having that shit at all.
Yeah.
The
prosecutor's
judge
on
was
his
just
game
like,
today.
yeah, the judge may have shown even a little bit too much emotion towards it. You know,
Yeah.
arguably the judge showed too much emotion.
Yeah, she brushed it off too easy. She should have said, we'll wait till the end of the day when the jury's left, and
Right.
especially since
'Cause
they had half
yeah,
an hour.
we've been following a few public trials lately. You know what I mean? A few public trials have happened lately, but I have not seen a judge react so emotionally the way that this one did yesterday to that motion for dismissal or motion for mistrial. She was just like, no. She had an attitude. Like her head was even moving. You know what I mean? She had like that head movement. She had that Chonga Miami head movement going on. Like, you're nope, you're not gonna bring that here to me. Blah 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 blah. So your motion for dismissal or for mistrial is dismissed. She wasn't playing.
But then after the threat to quit the team if they didn't have a recess, and I don't blame her for having a short fuse with them.
Yeah. And I feel like she's just trying to get through this shit. You know what I mean? Like,
it's been going on for too long.
Yeah, she's not calling a lot of recesses here. We've been kind of moving along pretty well. You know, I've covered trials before, and judges usually are like, I'm going to call a recess. I'm going to call a recess. I'm going to call a recess so that we can do this. We can do that, blah, blah, blah. That's not really happening a lot here. But then again, I don't know what the procedure generally is for this type of trial. I've never
I would have expected
literally
more
I've never seen a trial where it's to decide somebody's fate like this.
Yeah.
You know, I've never seen this before.
I have seen a trial run kind of like this, which was what was his name? He murdered both of his parents, chopped their bodies up, and buried them all over town. Half of them in his girlfriend's property, and that. I'll have to find it. That went pretty much along the same lines. The defense had all the evidence in the world. The prosecutor had all the evidence in the world, and the defense could just stand there and go, "He didn't do it."
Right.
That's all we've got.
I mean, that's all they have to do, really. You
Yeah.
know, like prove that they did it. You know what I mean? Like the defense, all they have to do is be like, the prosecution has not presented any evidence. If you don't have evidence, fuck you. Shut up. Leave us alone. Why are we here? Why are we even here?
They had an airtight case. That was it. It was like, there was fingerprints on the weapons and everything. So,
let me
it was
answer
a case
Danielle.
of we didn't
Let
have
me
anything.
answer Danielle Baker's comment here. She's saying what they asked for a motion for mistrial. What was the reasoning for the mistrial? The reasoning for the mistrial was that they played at full volume footage from the from the actual shooting without any prejudice whatsoever. They were just they just played it, and it was loud as hell. And somebody in
one of the parents in the audience yelled, "Turn it off" 3 times.
Or yeah. Now allegedly they yelled that. But
they played back video and they did yell it.
Yeah. Well, the judge says she didn't hear it, so she denied the motion for mistrial.
Yeah, she said she didn't hear it, which they wouldn't have heard over the video anyway. It was Snapchat video
because it was loud as fuck. I was even shocked. I was playing it and I was just like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry, guys."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I was like, "Shit, I wish I would have warned you guys prior to that. I wish I would have been able to do that. I couldn't do it."
Yeah.
But it was super loud.
I think that's why they're not showing any video today.
I think so too. Yeah. And I'm glad, even audio, I don't need to hear those gunshots and people screaming. I don't need to hear that. I know it happened. I know it happened. I don't need to hear it. Maybe the jury does. Sure, of course. But I'm not part of the jury. I have the luxury of not being a juror. Because I'm sure the jury would rather not hear it. You know what I mean? Like, jury duty sucks, dude. One of the reasons why jury duty sucks is because you have to be subjected to that kind of shit. You have to be subjected. Like, imagine being a juror in a child pornography case, right?
Yeah,
to be a juror, right? Exactly. To be a juror in a child pornography case, you have to look at child fucking pornography. I don't want to see that shit. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be a juror in that shit, So, yeah, I feel for these jurors. This is terrible. This is a terrible, terrible situation.
Can you imagine how hard it would have been to get a jury 4 years after it happened?
Right.
Is there anyone in the world that doesn't know what happened?
Right. Right. I mean, with all the social media shit, I mean, it must have been so hard to do jury selection. It must have been so hard. Yeah, Limey the Squirrel. Cherry is definitely banned from panel. Cherry's banned from everything.
You paused the video again, dude.
Cherry is the most... I did not pause this. Did I pause it?
Yeah, it's paused.
I did. My bad. Okay, we're live again. Cherry is absolutely banned from everything on this channel. Cherry is the most useless motherfucker that has ever clouded and doomed my channel with darkness ever. Cherry is useless. Terrible. She's gone. She's gone.
Should I feel honored?
You should. You should.
Over the defense objection, 3P will be received as states 46, and 3Q for identification will be received as states 47.
Oh, an objection.
Right.
Ms. Fuentes, as a result of those wounds,
Wow, some feedback. Like sound guy.
did you have any surgeries?
Yes.
How many surgeries did you have?
About 2 or 3, one of which was removing from my face, another which was removing from my leg, as well as,
Ouch.
I believe, yeah, and the day of, I also had some removed from me as well. So that, I don't know if they're considered surgeries, but I had 3 different operations in which things were removed from me.
And showing you now, State's Exhibit 47. Does that show the wound to the leg that you were telling us about?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 46, is that a shot of you in the hospital with the wound?
Correct, yes, that is me.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Fuentes.
Any questions from the defense?
Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Excuse. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it would be a good time to take our afternoon break. We're going to be in recess for 15 minutes. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs. Please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else.
I wonder what the objection was.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. But
I'd like to call your attention. Where did you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
And when did you graduate?
2018.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were during fourth period, Ms. Fuentes?
Yes, I was in room 1214 in my Holocaust Studies class.
Okay. And the teacher was?
Miss Seamus, Ivy Seamus.
And could you tell us what happened during fourth period, please?
Yeah. So we were basically wrapping up for the end of the day. There was about, 15, 20 minutes left of class. People were putting away laptops. We had concluded group presentations just regarding like different topics during like World War II. And I was pretty much all done for the day. I was sitting at my desk on my phone, just scrolling through Instagram, getting ready to leave. And I was sitting very close to the door. I actually sat in front of the door that, opens in and out of the classroom. It started as just a couple shots that I heard just behind my head that I could hear from the hallway. Everyone in the room froze. We all sort of stared at each other and froze for a moment because we didn't exactly know what it was. But the sounds sort of continued, and that's kind of when we determined that they were gunshots. And that's when I ran from my desk, which is, like I said, at the front door, all the way to the back of the classroom, which is sort of where the windows are and the back end of the classroom. And at that point, I sort of realized that I messed up because the students had divided themselves into 2 different groups that I wasn't a part of. So at that point, that's when the shots entered our classroom. That's when the shooter had shot through the window and continued to fire. I was on the ground at the back of the classroom, and I was crawling on my hands and knees to join the rest of my classmates who were sitting in the corner next to a wooden podium, the laptop cart that contained the laptops and just a few books that people were using to barricade that corner. When I made it to that corner, the shots were still firing. I put myself behind the wooden podium as best as possible. At a moment while the shots were all going, I had my vision and both my hearing went away briefly, and all I could see behind my eyes were white. So I was very confused and disoriented with exactly like where it was coming from. So unknowingly, I peeped my head past the podium to look at the door. That is where I saw Cruz standing there after he had finished firing. He was standing at the window at the door.
That's what it was.
To the podium and was facing a few of my classmates, two of which were shot dead right next to me.
Who were they?
Nick Dworet and Helena Ramsey.
Okay.
And they were both horizontal or diagonal from me. In this corner, I had my bodies facing them, looking at them. And at that point, we were all whispering, being very, very quiet. We were, somebody called the 911. We were checking pulses to see if either Nick or Helena were still alive. They weren't. And then that's when I had a good look at myself. That's when I realized that I had holes in my pants. I had blood running from the top of my forehead down to my chest. I had blood in my eyes and all over my face and in my hair. I borrowed one of my friend's phones to look at myself briefly, and what you would have saw would disgust you. We sat there for a very short amount of time, waiting for somebody to come get us. Eventually, it was the SWAT who, or I'm not exactly sure, but it was gentlemen in big black sort of artillery gears. They broke down the door, started escorting us out of the room. They asked if anyone had a weapon. They asked if anyone was injured. I was helped up by a large man. I looked at my dead friends and turned around, and they told me to run out of the building. And they said to look down and not up. And that's where I passed the body of two students in the hallway, as well as broken glass, shells. And I ran all the way to that main road, Pine Island, I think. And that's where I was cleaned up by the EMT paramedics on the side of the street.
And were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
And what wounds did you receive, Ms. Fuentes?
Yes, so I sustained a gunshot wound just above my left knee, and as well as multiple other locations of shrapnel, both my legs, as well as my arm and my face. I also still have shrapnel just behind my right eye that still is there, and I have shrapnel still lodged in all of these parts of my bodies.
And do you have any effects to this day from any of that?
Yes.
What effects do you have?
I don't have the same range of motion or stamina as I once did when I was more able-bodied. I get chronic spasms and pain in my legs, whether it's the weather change or pressure. I can really feel that in my extremities.
Let me show you now state exhibits. Mark. I'm not sure what this looks like it's 3. I picked up the wrong bit. I was on the okay. Let me show you state exhibit. Mark 3Q. And you recognize that?
Yeah, that's my leg.
I think that's her mum.
That accurately describe your wound that you received on February the 14th?
Correct. Yeah, that's one of them.
And I'll show you state exhibit 3P. Do you recognize that?
They keep showing her.
And does that show your wound?
It does, yes.
You can see how much she's trying to avoid looking over at him.
Thank you, Ms. Fuentes. So this time around, I
And they do kind of look alike.
Stacy's exhibit. 3 feet. 3 feet.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to get to the point to where they show the objection, because this already happened, by the way. They're in recess right now. This is just, I replayed this because I had it on pause by accident.
I think the objection will be where she said she saw Cruz at the door. If she was shot in the head and she has shrapnel behind her eyes, and she said that she saw white, the objection will be, well, if she saw white, how could she see Cruz at the door?
What's so funny about that? It's just like, who gives a shit? You know, like you have
It's not going to do
surveillance
anything for them, but
right?
they have to try
Yeah.
everything.
Like he's already fucking. It's already been established. He pled guilty to the crime in the first place. Like, besides the fact that he pled guilty to the crime, he's on camera going in there with a fucking gun. Like, what is the question here?
And 3Q for identification will be received as stated.
What are you objecting to? What's the point of the objection? Yeah. I love feedback. I'm a big fan of it.
About 2 or 3, one of which was removing from my face, another which was removing from my leg, as well as.
And we already saw that. Okay.
Yeah. I think that was
we-
what the objection was.
We went through all that.
Surgeries, but I had 3 different operations.
And it's still okay. I'm actually going to end this live now. I'll be up. I'll come back to probably give some updates or whatnot later on tonight. But I've got some things I got to do. I can't stay on YouTube all day long. But I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Matt Bond, thank you, and I hope you'll join me on the panel for future. I mean, I'm gonna keep covering this, so I hope you'll.
I will definitely do that for you.
Right on, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you, man.
No problem. I'll catch you tomorrow or later,
Right on.
whichever.
Yeah, later or tomorrow. We'll see.
Sweet.
All right. See you later, man.
Have a good one.
All right, guys. I love you. We'll do this again very soon, my friends.